As Han Li took a few steps, he heard someone calling him from afar. "It's over here, Brother Han." Han Li looked towards the voice and saw Wan Zio Shan standing next to an old man in a green robe, waving to him. With a slight smile, Han Li walked over quickly. When he reached the side of the old man in the green robe, Wan Zio Shan introduced him to Han Li. "This is True Man King Yin from Tainan Valley. He is a close friend of my father's. This Tainan meeting is hosted by him and several other seniors." Upon hearing this, Han Li couldn't help but scrutinize True Man King Yin. The old man was tall and thin, with broad shoulders and long arms. He wore a green Confucian robe, giving off an otherworldly aura. However, his face was covered in green spots, which was quite startling. The youth continued, "Brother Han is someone I just met outside the valley. Although he is a loose cultivator, we get along well. True Man, please take good care of him." True Man King Yin then took a closer look at Han Li and suddenly squinted his eyes, saying, "Brother Han's wood attribute cultivation is quite impressive. To reach the 8th level at such a young age is rare even among cultivation families." Han Li couldn't help but wince at True Man King Yin's praise. If it weren't for consuming a large amount of spirit pills, how could he have reached the 8th level? He'd probably still be stuck between the 3rd and 4th levels. Nevertheless, he politely replied, "True Man, you're too kind. I've just been fortunate." True Man King Yin nodded lightly and turned to Wan Zio Shan. "Young man, your family members have already arrived. They are quite worried about you, so they asked me to bring you to meet them. Let's go." Wan Zio Shan's face fell upon hearing this. "Is my 7th sister and 9th brother here too? I'm most afraid of their nagging. Can't I just stay here?" Wan Zio Shan looked at True Man King Yin hopefully. True Man King Yin's expression turned stern. "What do you think?" "Of course not," Wan Zio Shan answered dejectedly. "Humph, you're quite bold to sneak out without telling your family. If you encountered some unscrupulous cultivators on the way, you might have lost your life." True Man King Yin scolded, casting a sideways glance at Han Li as he spoke. This old man is not kind at all. He's clearly insinuating that he is one of those unscrupulous cultivators and intentionally approached this young man. Han Li observed coldly, understanding the hidden meaning behind True Man King Yin's words. Rare to encounter such a straightforward young master who speaks his mind. Looks like I have to temporarily part ways. Otherwise, if True Man King Yin decides to make trouble for me, even I won't be able to handle it, Han Li thought helplessly. Since Brother Wan needs to meet his family, I'll take this opportunity to explore the surroundings. We can have a drink and chat another time. Han Li clasped his hands together and said to Wan Zio Shan and True Man King Yin, "Hey, don't leave in such a hurry. I still need to introduce you two. Brother Han has other matters to attend to. Don't bother him." Wan Zio Shan tried to say something more as Han Li walked away, but True Man King Yin stopped him. Seeing this, Han Li smiled brightly at Wan Xiao Shan before turning and walking towards the square. Meanwhile, Wan Xiao Shan followed behind true man Qingyan with a gloomy expression, like a prisoner being led to the gallows. Han Li wasn't particularly annoyed by true man Qingyan's treatment. After all, any elder would be suspicious when they see an unfamiliar friend of their family member, especially in a prestigious cultivation family like Wan Xiao Shan's. However, Han Li didn't harbor any ill will towards Wan Xiao Shan. He simply wanted to learn more about the cultivation world from him. But now, with true man Qingyan intervening, he had to find someone else to glean information from. With these thoughts in mind, Han Li gradually approached the square where the stalls were set up. The stalls of the cultivators surrounded the spacious square, forming a Chinese letter shape. People were walking around the stalls, giving the area a bustling market atmosphere. Although it was getting dark, the square was well lit with large bronze lanterns placed on each stall. Instead of using oil, these lanterns were powered by fist-sized white stones that emitted a soft glow, illuminating the area brightly. Han Li was impressed by this ingenious lighting method. Despite the late hour, the square was even more crowded than before. Many cultivators had arrived, and the place was buzzing with activity. As Han Li observed the passing cultivators, he suddenly noticed something peculiar. All the cultivators, whether manning stalls or browsing, were in their teens or 20s. Not a single person over 30 could be seen. Recalling Wan Xiao Shan's mention of the Tai Nan meeting being an event for the younger generation held every 5 years, Han Li realized that the older, more senior cultivators wouldn't be present. True man Qingyan was probably only here because of his status as an organizer. Feeling relieved, Han Li knew that dealing with those older cultivators would be troublesome. Even if they wanted to harm him, they'd find it more difficult than crushing an ant. However, even among the younger cultivators present, each one was formidable. Han Li, who considered himself average, felt humbled to see several experts of exceptional skill within moments. Observing for a while longer, Han Li's expression suddenly changed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He noticed that all the cultivators in the square were young, with no one older than 30. Realizing this, he felt a sense of relief. After all, dealing with those older cultivators would be troublesome. Even if they wanted to harm him, they'd find it more difficult than crushing an ant. However, even among the younger cultivators present, each one was formidable. Han Li, who considered himself average, felt humbled to see several experts of exceptional skill within moments. Observing for a while longer, Han Li's expression suddenly changed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He noticed that all the cultivators in the square were young, with no one older than 30. Realizing this, he felt a sense of relief. After all, dealing with those older cultivators would be troublesome. Even if they wanted to harm him, they'd find it more difficult than crushing an ant. However, even among the younger cultivators present, each one was formidable. Han Li, who considered himself average, felt humbled to see several experts of exceptional skill within moments. Observing for a while longer, Han Li's expression suddenly changed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He noticed that all the cultivators in the square were young, with no one older than 30. Realizing this, he felt a sense of relief. After all, dealing with those older cultivators would be troublesome. Even if they wanted to harm him, they'd find it more difficult than crushing an ant. However, even among the younger cultivators present, each one was formidable. Han Li, who considered himself average, felt humbled to see several experts of exceptional skill within moments. Observing for a while longer, Han Li's expression suddenly changed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Why are you standing here alone? Are you waiting for someone?" A clear voice suddenly came from behind Han Li, startling him. Han Li turned around slowly and saw 6 or 7 people standing not far behind him. The one speaking was a Taoist in his late 20s, with a clean-shaven face, handsome features, and a whisk draped over his arm. He smiled at Han Li. "Is there something you need from me, Taoist?" Han Li ignored the man's question and instead asked with a neutral expression. Don't misunderstand. We have no ill intentions. We just noticed you standing here alone, looking curious about everything. So we guessed that you're a lone cultivator attending the gathering and wanted to come and make friends. We are all lone cultivators ourselves, just like you," the Taoist explained kindly. "All of you are lone cultivators." Han Li was slightly surprised. "Yes, if you're a lone cultivator, it's best to travel with us. That way, we can look out for each other during the gathering." This time, it was a scar-faced woman speaking, with a clear complexion but a noticeable scar on her face. Beside her stood a bearded man, seemingly a couple. Indeed, lone cultivators who attend the trade fair alone often get bullied by members of large cultivation families, the Taoist said solemnly. Upon hearing their words, Han Li began to understand their intentions. These lone cultivators attending the gathering were afraid of being bullied by members of cultivation families, so they naturally gathered together to form small groups in an attempt to protect themselves, hence their search for lone cultivators like him. Now that Han Li understood their intentions, he didn't mind joining them. After all, he did need a protective group, even if it was only temporary. Before joining them, however, he had a few questions to ask to ensure he was making the right decision. "Now that you've seen through me, I have nothing to hide. I am indeed a lone cultivator. But before I join your group, could you introduce yourselves? And could you tell me what I need to do to become a member?" Han Li admitted to being a lone cultivator but immediately made a request. "It seems you still have some concerns." That's fine." When the others joined, they said similar things. The Taoist and the others heard Han Li's words, and instead of showing displeasure, they exchanged glances and burst into laughter before the Taoist spoke again. "Let me introduce my friends to you." The Taoist pointed to the other cultivators and introduced them to Han Li with a friendly smile. "These two are brothers from the Kanglang Ridge, Haimu and Haijin." The Taoist introduced two young men who looked alike. The two brothers clasped their fists in greeting, and Han Li returned the gesture calmly. This is Honglian, a solitary cultivator from the Flying Lotus Cave, and Kusin, a master from the Putuo Mountain. This time, a plain-looking girl and a grim-faced young monk were introduced. As for this couple, we're from the Tianshui village, Hupping and Xengdali. Before the Taoist could finish, the scar-faced woman chuckled and took over the introduction. The Taoist didn't mind being interrupted and just smiled. I am Taoist Songwen, also known as Songwen of the Qingni Yugyuan Temple. I initiated this group and am currently its leader, although I rarely give orders. I only speak up when resolving external disputes. The Taoist finally introduced himself humbly and briefly explained the nature of their group. This Taoist seemed quite gracious, and most of the others had considerable strength, with most of them appearing to be at the 7th or 8th level of qi condensation. Taoist Songwen was formidable too, though not quite as strong as the man in blue. After considering this, Han Li concluded that joining this group would be more beneficial than harmful. Thus, he said, "Since you're all lone cultivators like me and it's easier to work together, I, Han Li, will temporarily join your group." That's great. With Brother Han's joining, our group's strength has increased. Taoist Songwen was delighted to hear Han Li's decision. The others also showed happiness. After all, Han Li seemed to possess considerable power, which could be of great help to them. Are all members of our group here? Han Li glanced around and asked. There are two more. One is sleeping in the house, and the other went wandering around. Hupping rolled her eyes, seeming displeased. They're not as bad as Hufu said. One is just a bit lazy, and the other likes to wander around. This time, the bald little monk defended the missing members. Hupping was about to retort, but seeing Kusin's intervention, she refrained from further arguing. After all, Taoist Songwen's strength was indisputable, so she had to give him some face. Enough, let's not argue. We agreed before that, except for unified action and obedience during external disputes, everyone is free to act according to their preferences. Taoist Songwen quickly intervened to defuse the situation. Hupping, though somewhat unhappy, didn't continue arguing. After all, Taoist Songwen's strength was evident, and she couldn't afford to offend him. When we meet later tonight, Brother Han will meet those two, and I'll introduce them to you. They are indeed a bit different. Taoist Songwen looked somewhat helpless, as if those two were causing him headaches. Although Han Li was curious, he didn't want to pursue the matter further. Next, Taoist Songwen asked Han Li if he wanted to accompany them or wander alone. Han Li chose the latter, which didn't surprise Taoist Songwen. After all, newcomers to the Tainan Valley were naturally curious and preferred to explore on their own. However, they would eventually gather with the group after satisfying their curiosity. Taoist Songwen was quite responsible. After explaining some taboos and common practices, he gave Han Li a brief understanding of the Tainan Valley. Then, he handed Han Li a talisman. Pointing to a small building within the complex, he told Han Li it was their lodging, where he could rest if he got tired. The talisman was the key to breaking the restriction on the building. Afterwards, Taoist Songwen and the others bid farewell to Han Li and disappeared into the night, perhaps to search for other lone cultivators. Han Li watched them leave, then lowered his head and looked at the talisman in his hand. It shimmered with silver light and was inscribed with some unfamiliar symbols, seeming quite mystical. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li chuckled. He folded the talisman and put it in his bosom, then glanced in the direction Taoist Songwen had disappeared before turning decisively and heading towards the square. Another, more popular way is to use something called spirit stones as a trading currency among cultivators. As the name suggests, spirit stones are stones filled with spiritual energy from heaven and earth. The spiritual energy contained in them is extremely nourishing for cultivators. During cultivation and meditation, absorbing the spiritual energy from spirit stones can greatly increase the speed of cultivation for cultivators. After all, absorbing and refining scattered spiritual energy on one's own is different from having pure spiritual energy readily available for absorption. However, the greatest use of spirit stones lies elsewhere. Their main purpose is in setting up formations and consuming them to cast spells. The success and effectiveness of advanced formations often depend on the quality of the spirit stones used. Good spirit stones not only ensure the success of the formation, but also greatly increase its power. The consumption of spirit stones when casting spells is even greater than when using formations. Since the level and effectiveness of spells a cultivator can cast are generally determined by their own cultivation level, it's unlikely for them to cast super-grade spells based solely on their own power. Therefore, spirit stones become the best way to amplify their magical power. When a cultivator is casting powerful spells, holding a spirit stone in their hand continuously replenishes the mana consumed during spell casting, enabling them to cast spells that they wouldn't be able to otherwise. So, spirit stones have become an excellent choice for cultivators to compete fiercely and overcome stronger opponents. Moreover, they are the best supplement to restore original strength after significant mana loss, greatly increasing their chances of survival in battles. With so many practical and amazing effects, the value of spirit stones has naturally soared. However, with the massive consumption of spirit stones, excessive mining, and the increasingly scarce spirit stone veins, in today's cultivation world, spirit stones have gradually become precious luxury items. They have become the best guarantee for cultivator transactions, serving as the exclusive currency among cultivators. They have also collectively defined the specifications and grades of spirit stones. Spirit stones are divided into 4 levels based on the amount of spiritual power they contain: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and super grade. Additionally, based on the different spiritual attributes contained within them, spirit stones can be further classified into 5 elemental categories: gold, wood, water, earth, and fire spirit stones. There are also some rare attribute spirit stones, such as wind and thunder spirit stones, although these are much rarer. With the immense usefulness and incredible effects of spirit stones, it's no wonder their value has skyrocketed. But Han Li doesn't even have half a piece of spirit stone. He didn't think he had anything to exchange, so he came with the intention of broadening his horizons, casually browsing through the stalls along the way. Although Han Li appeared calm and unhurried, the items on these stalls made him quite envious and eager. Let's not mention anything else, just the dozens of blank talismans on each stall. Although these items are common, they are one of the items Han Li currently needs most. Although Han Li didn't know what the level and grade of these talismans represented, or what the specific differences were, he knew that given his current cultivation level, the basic lower-grade talismans would definitely be enough for him to cast the mind-calming technique. So, if he could get some talismans, he could immediately have another spell to use, thereby immediately increasing his strength. Of course, besides talismans, various other spirit talismans like Thunderfire Talisman, Fire Dragon Talisman, and Giant Strength Talisman also greatly interested Han Li. Han Li even saw a seemingly inconspicuous stall where he found a spirit talisman exactly like the one with the small sword he possessed. The price tag next to it clearly read, Diamond Talisman, a gold attribute, low-grade intermediate defense spirit talisman, worth 9 low-grade spirit stones. Han Li had visited so many stalls, and he had gained some understanding of the prices of these talismans. A bundle of basic lower-grade blank talismans could be bought for just 1 low-grade spirit stone, while completed lower-grade talismans, depending on their type, sold for 1 to 2 low-grade spirit stones each. As for intermediate-grade talismans, the price immediately doubled, selling for 6 to 10 spirit stones, with defensive talismans being more expensive than offensive ones. Since he had the same item himself, Han Li naturally paid attention. After carefully examining the diamond talisman on the stall, he found that the spiritual energy on the talisman was much more abundant than the one in his possession, indicating that it was a new product that had not been used yet. He estimated that his worn-out talisman could probably only be sold for 1/3 of the price. After reaching this conclusion, Han Li chuckled. It seemed that among these cultivators, he was indeed a poor fellow. He couldn't help but touch the items on his body, and suddenly he thought of the spirit talisman with the small sword in his possession. Although he didn't know the name of the talisman yet, Han Li believed that this talisman must be worth more than the diamond talisman. Thinking of this, Han Li began to pay attention to various stalls, paying attention to whether there were any spirit talismans similar to the one with the small sword. Unfortunately, after visiting several stalls, he still hadn't seen any similar items. Instead, in a place where 5 or 6 cultivators were gathered, he found someone selling an intermediate-grade spirit talisman. The sign next to the talisman read, Flying Sky Talisman Wind Attribute, low-grade, high-grade flying spirit talisman, worth 30 low-grade spirit stones, or exchange for an equivalent value of solid element nourishing pills. Han Li was taken aback when he saw this sign. After all, after visiting so many stalls, this was the first high-grade intermediate spirit talisman he had seen. He carefully observed it and found that the spiritual energy on the talisman was incredibly rich, far surpassing the low and mid-grade spirit talismans he had seen before. 20 low-grade spirit stones. Do you want to trade? A barefoot, horse-faced man who was watching couldn't help but speak. The owner of the stall, a tough young man wearing a straw hat, pointed to the sign and ignored the man. Just a flying talisman, not an offensive or defensive spirit talisman. 20 spirit stones are already quite a lot, the horse-faced man said unwillingly. HMPH, if it were an offensive or defensive spirit talisman, would I only sell it for 30 spirit stones? Without 50, I won't even let you take a look. If you want to take advantage, go somewhere else. You're not welcome here. The young man finally spoke coldly, causing the horse-faced man to flush with anger. You brat, Chin Yelling remembers you. After the event, let's have a good fight, the horse-faced man said angrily. Chin Yelling. Han Li, who had been watching with a smile on the sidelines, was suddenly shocked when he heard this name. Isn't that the place of origin mentioned by the dwarf who was killed by him? Although I don't know if what the dwarf said is true or false, since this guy claims to be from the Yi family, I still need to be careful. Thinking of this, Han Li subconsciously took a few steps back and quietly left the place, heading to the next stall. However, he did remember the part about exchanging for solid element nourishing pills written on the sign. He remembered that he still had a lot of unused yellow dragon pills and golden marrow pills. He wasn't sure if they met the requirements of the young man, but he would ask when there were fewer people. If it worked, he would have some capital to exchange for the items he needed. Thinking about this, Han Li glanced back at the young man's stall, but found that Yi Bao had already left, and the remaining few people had taken out a bottle and handed it to the young man. The young man opened the bottle, sniffed it, shook his head lightly, and returned the bottle to the owner. The original owner of the bottle had a regretful look on his face and left with the others. Now, there was no one in front of the stall. Seeing this, Han Li felt secretly delighted and slowly walked back to the young man's stall. When the young man saw Han Li, he was slightly stunned, apparently recognizing him as the person who had just been there. Han Li didn't care. He smiled at the young man and said, I have 2 kinds of pills. Would you like to see if they meet your requirements? After speaking, he took out 2 small porcelain bottles, one green and one blue, and placed them in front of the young man. The young man didn't waste words either. He reached out and took the 2 bottles, opened them one by one, and then brought his nose close to the bottle mouths, sniffing them carefully. After a moment of contemplation, he didn't immediately respond, but gently placed the bottles back in front of Han Li. How are they? Han Li blinked and asked. To be honest, The pills in these 2 bottles are slightly better than what the previous people showed me, but they're still not quite enough for me." After hesitating for a moment, the young man shook his head and refused. Hanley felt disappointed when he heard the young man's rejection, but he wasn't too surprised. After all, yellow dragon pills and golden marrow pills were merely worldly elixirs, perhaps miraculous medicines for ordinary people, but they fell short for cultivators. Since the other party wasn't interested, Hanley didn't intend to insist. He reached out to retrieve the porcelain bottles. "However, even though these pills are a bit lacking, if you have a few more bottles, I'll make the trade with you." The young man suddenly spoke with a regretful expression. Hanley, who had just stretched out his arm, immediately retracted it upon hearing this. He chuckled lightly. "Did I say I only have these 2 bottles of medicine?" Hanley squinted his eyes and stared at the young man, slowly saying, "You have more." The young man was slightly surprised, but then his expression brightened. "Of course, but if you want too many, I'll have to consider whether to make this deal or not," Hanley said noncommittally, afraid the other party might ask for too much. "That's great. I don't need too many, just 3 more bottles will do. It's enough for me to break through the bottleneck in a short time." The young man became excited, showing great enthusiasm, which was completely different from his previous cold attitude. It's no wonder. Any elixir that could promote the advancement of cultivation techniques would be treasured by cultivators. Who would be willing to exchange them when they could be used for their own advancement? This was the main reason why the young man couldn't exchange the flying talisman in the past few days. Although Hanley's yellow dragon pills and golden marrow pills weren't top-grade elixirs for cultivators, by sheer quantity, they were enough to help this guy, who had been stuck at the peak of the 9th layer for a long time, break through to the 10th layer and make great progress in his cultivation. However, only someone like Hanley, who treated these medicines like snacks, would be willing to exchange them for elixirs. Hanley understood the importance of being discreet with wealth. He didn't want to give the other party the impression that he could easily produce large quantities of elixirs without any concern. So he rubbed his chin, making a show of hesitation and reluctance. "Well, that's a bit too much, isn't it? I'll have to exchange all the medicine on me," Hanley muttered deliberately in a low voice. "That's not too much at all. After all, it's a high-grade spirit talisman. Just think about it, with this talisman on hand, if you encounter any danger, you can immediately fly away, much faster than ordinary flying beasts. It's like having an extra life. And as long as the spiritual energy on the talisman doesn't dissipate, it can be used repeatedly. It's a very practical spirit talisman." The young man saw that Hanley seemed to be able to produce the required elixirs, and his smile grew even wider. He eagerly recommended the advantages of his flying talisman, afraid that Hanley might change his mind about the trade. "If you want to make the exchange, that's fine. Give me the drawing paper for making talismans as a bonus. And that book." Hanley, seeing that the other party really wanted to exchange his elixirs, didn't hesitate to point at the stack of blank talisman paper on the table and an old book titled Basic Spell Techniques, a fragmented version, and said to the young man. The young man was momentarily stunned by Han Li's request, but when he saw that Han Li was only pointing at low-grade talisman paper and an unsellable spellbook, his heart immediately rejoiced. He readily agreed. In this way, the flying talisman became Han Li's possession, and he also obtained a stack of talisman paper and an old spellbook that he had been eyeing for a long time. Han Li flipped through the old book briefly. Inside were some basic beginner spell techniques, including 7 or 8 low-level spells and an intermediate-level earth spike technique recorded in the book. Such a book was worthless to other cultivators, but it satisfied Han Li greatly because what he lacked most at the moment were these basic spell techniques. Although there were similar books at other stalls, they were much more expensive, and Han Li couldn't afford them at the moment. After obtaining these items, Han Li felt a bit tired and lost interest in continuing to browse around. He walked out of the square directly and headed towards the group of palatial buildings. Not far from leaving the square, Han Li looked back and found that there seemed to be more people inside the square again. It seemed that there were quite a few cultivators who liked to come out at night, like night owls. As he approached these palatial buildings, Han Li discovered that they were actually built with extremely precious tung wood and large pieces of green stones. Each building was not only exquisitely carved with dragons and phoenixes, but also showed faint fluctuations of spiritual power around them, indicating the presence of prohibition formations. Han Li turned around and finally found the building he was looking for, then walked up to it. However, when he was a few yards away from his target, Han Li suddenly felt like he had bumped into something. Then, he was forcibly pushed back by an invisible force, stumbling back several steps. Han Li felt surprised and excited. It seemed that there were many things in the cultivation world that he didn't know about. He really wanted to learn everything. Thinking like this, Han Li activated his heavenly eye technique and looked towards the small building again. As a result, Han Li saw a faint green light blocking his vision not far away. The whole building was covered by this green light, as if it was being covered by an overturned giant bowl. Han Li reached out and gently touched the green light. There was a soft, elastic feeling. When he applied a little more force, there was a faint repelling force. It seemed that the defense of this green light was quite good. Having figured out the function of the green light, Han Li stopped investigating further. Instead, he took out the talisman given to him by the green-striped Taoist and pasted it on the light curtain. As a result, ripples appeared on the green light, and then a circular hole appeared, just enough for Han Li to pass through. Han Li didn't hesitate. After putting away the talisman, he walked straight in, towards the building. And only then did the circular hole slowly shrink until it completely closed up, and the light curtain returned to its original state. The building in front of him wasn't large. It was only about 10 yards high with 2 floors, but judging by its area, it could accommodate more than a dozen people comfortably. Han Li smiled faintly and entered the building. Inside the first floor's hall, there were only 2 immortal tables besides a dozen wooden chairs, which were elegantly arranged, giving off a faintly refined atmosphere, quite fitting for cultivators. The little monk named Kusanagi was sitting in a corner of the hall with his head bowed, reciting his mantras. He looked like a venerable monk. As for the other people, Han Li hadn't seen them before. Master Kusanagi, has green-striped Taoist returned? Han Li walked up to the monk and asked politely. The little monk ignored Han Li and continued to chant his mantras. It wasn't until Han Li grew impatient that the monk opened his eyes, apologizing to him. Please forgive me, Han Donor. The monk was just reciting the Diamond Sutra to a crucial point and couldn't immediately stop to speak. Please don't blame me. Hearing the monk's words, Han Li dryly laughed. How could it be? I admire those who can focus their minds the most. The little monk smiled at Han Li's words and then continued in a nonchalant tone. Master Green Stripe and others are waiting for you upstairs. He instructed me to call you up immediately upon seeing you. Seems like there's something important for you, Donor Han. Hanley felt somewhat annoyed when he heard the monk's words. This little monk is really something. Since someone is looking for me, why didn't he inform me immediately? He's just so roundabout. It seems I'd better keep my distance from people like monks in the future. Han Li grumbled inwardly, but his face remained unchanged as he nodded and walked towards the stairs near the hall, dong, dong, and went upstairs. As soon as he entered the second floor, he saw Blackwood and Blackgold brothers chatting at the staircase. When they saw Han Li coming up, they immediately stopped talking and came forward to greet him. Han Xing, Master Green Stripe, is waiting for you in the room. Come with us, brothers. Han Li remained indifferent and followed them along the corridor, turning left and right until they entered a room. Inside the room, there were many people. Besides the monk, there were also 2 strangers Han Li didn't recognize. One was a smiling 16 or 17-year-old youth, and the other was a 21 or 22-year-old white, chubby guy. Apparently, these 2 were the troublesome guys that even Green Stripe Taoist found a headache dealing with. Han Xing, you're here. Please take a seat. Green Stripe Taoist politely pointed to a chair beside him and said to Han Li. Han Li nodded and sat down. Ah, I'm Wu Jiaji. The moment I laid eyes on you, I felt a special connection. Perhaps we were destined to meet in a past life. Come on, let's become sworn brothers and share some blood wine. As soon as the Taoist's words fell, the jovial fellow darted over, grabbed Han Li's arm, and spoke with deep sincerity. Han Li was initially startled, but then chuckled. Becoming brothers is fine, but please refrain from casually groping me. I have no interest in innocent and pure young men. Han Li joked with a smile, swiftly lifting the man's wrist, which had sneakily slipped into his garment. Ahem, how strange. How did my hand end up in your embrace? It must have been eager to greet you. The youth was caught red-handed by Han Li and blushed at first, but after a few awkward coughs and excuses, he calmly withdrew his wrist. Han Li didn't intend to hold on to him, so he released his grip casually if the youth exerted force. At that moment, Han Li became interested in this individual named Wu Jiaji. Though he was a cultivator, he employed the techniques of a thief from the secular world, sneaking around to pilfer. It was quite intriguing. However, his technique was quite advanced and proficient. If Han Li hadn't practiced similar clandestine arts, he might not have noticed the fellow's slight movements. Undoubtedly, many people in the room had fallen victim to his antics. It seemed that even Hu Pingu, the woman, had endured his mischief. "Little Wu, you've met your match, haven't you?" Caught red-handed by Han Li right on the spot. "What's all this boasting about your superior thieving skills, engaging in such petty theft?" "You say what, you little brat? I haven't settled accounts with you yet for the last time you pilfered from my lady." Hu Pingu leaped up from her chair with a grim expression, while her husband, big beard, though silent, kept a hand on the large knife at his back, glaring angrily at the youth. Later, Han Li learned that this big beard was actually a mute, so everything revolved around his wife. "All right, we are cultivators, and harmony should prevail. Both of you should step back and cease this argument." Upon seeing this, the Taoist furrowed his brow but intervened to mediate. Then, he specifically addressed Wu Jiaji with seriousness. "Wu brother, I know you steal things just for fun, and you always return them to their rightful owners without malice. But your actions may eventually lead to trouble. Not everyone is as easygoing as the people whose items you've pilfered. If you provoke cultivators or their clans, even those of us who want to help you may not be able to stand up for you. So, it's better not to play such pranks on fellow cultivators." Upon hearing the Taoist's earnest plea, Wu Jiaji felt somewhat embarrassed. He scratched the back of his head and sincerely replied, "Actually, I stumbled upon this thieving technique on my way to the Southern Valley. It seemed fun, so I started practicing it unconsciously. I didn't mean any harm to anyone, but since Han Brother can foil my attempts, it shows that there are even more formidable individuals at the gathering. So rest assured, I won't risk my life for such jokes during the event." The Taoist was pleased to hear this and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Wu brother, your talent is exceptional, reaching the peak of the 8th level at such a young age. You're truly a prodigy among us wandering cultivators, but please take good care of yourself." I won't disappoint the Taoist's high expectations. "Please take care of me in the future." Wu Jiaji respectfully bowed to everyone, and thus the conflict was resolved. Although Hu Pingu still wore a somewhat aggrieved expression, her complexion improved significantly, indicating that she had reluctantly accepted the youth's goodwill. The others also showed expressions of "you're really lucky" towards him. Han Li smiled without saying a word, inwardly amused by the situation. At this point, the Taoist seemed to remember something and suddenly addressed everyone with a solemn expression. "Oh right, after the Southern Valley event ends, don't rush to leave. I've heard that several wandering cultivators like us have inexplicably disappeared after previous events. Everyone should be cautious. I believe none of you would want to miss the ascension ceremony on the misty sky platform. It's safer to travel together. Upon hearing the Taoists' warning about the disappearances of wandering cultivators after previous events, the expressions of Blackwood, Hu Pingu, and her husband turned pale. Wu Jiaji and the other disciple looked puzzled, while Huang Xiaoshan's face darkened. Yes, Master Kingwen's words make sense. We brothers agree. It's best to travel together. We don't object either. Blackwood and Hu Pingu and her husband all agreed, showing that they were quite wary of the matter. What's the Ascension Conference? Wu Jiaji suddenly asked, echoing the question that had been lingering in Han Li's mind. Han Li had heard the name Ascension Conference mentioned several times, starting from Wan Xiaoshan, but he hadn't had the chance to learn more about it. Could it be another trading event like the Southern Exposition? Han Li pondered silently. It can't be. You don't even know about the Ascension Conference. It's held once every 10 years in Uiguo, and it's the best opportunity for all young cultivators to join the major sects, said Haimu, somewhat astonished and excited. Wu brother is so young. He must have been cultivating in other places and didn't know about the Ascension Conference. It's understandable, the Taoist Kingwen said calmly, without much surprise. Oh, can you tell us about it? Joining one of the 7 major sects is like reaching the heavens. Wu Jiaji suddenly became interested and eagerly asked Haimu, "Isn't it time to discuss the issue of the missing cultivators among us, rather than talking about the Ascension Conference?" Mrs. Hupping said somewhat discontentedly, perhaps targeting the young man. It's all right. It's good to tell Wu brother about it. Maybe there are others who aren't familiar with the details of the Ascension Conference, Taoist Kingwen said with a smile, but Han Li felt like he was being scrutinized by the Taoist, intentionally or unintentionally. Han Li's heart skipped a beat. Had this Taoist Kingwen noticed something? He had already tried to blur the characteristics of a novice cultivator as much as possible and avoided contact with these people as much as possible, but it seemed that he couldn't hide from this person's eyes. This Taoist Kingwen's eyes were really sharp. Since Taoist Kingwen said so, I'll tell Wu brother about it, Haimu said with renewed enthusiasm, seeming to have something to share. So everyone sat back in their original seats, except for the fat man, Huang Xiaoshan. I know a lot about the Ascension Conference. I'll tell you about it, Haimu began, and for nearly an hour everyone listened intently, especially Wu Jiaji, who seemed to be gaining a lot. Han Li, who was listening beside him, also benefited greatly, gaining a deeper understanding of the world of cultivation. If I can succeed in the challenge, won't I also become a disciple of one of the major sects? Wu Jiaji, after listening, showed a look of yearning. Dream on. With your level, if you dare to challenge the platform, you'll end up injured or dead. Mrs. Hupping couldn't help but sneer at Wu Jiaji's daydreaming. Why am I not good enough? Isn't reaching the 8th layer of cultivation enough to qualify for the challenge? Wu Jiaji didn't get angry this time, but instead earnestly asked Mrs. Hupping for advice. Mrs. Hupping was somewhat surprised, but after hesitating for a moment, she said, "Woo kid, do you know what kind of people won the championship last year? How many cultivators of your level were injured or killed in the challenge?" "I'd like to ask Mrs. Hupping for advice," Wu Jiaji said earnestly. "In that Ascension conference, I witnessed the whole process of the final battle, and now I'm still terrified to think about it." Mrs. Hupping seemed to recall something terrifying, her face turning pale. Seeing this, her husband quickly put his hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Mrs. Hupping looked back at her husband with deep affection, and her complexion softened a lot. "My husband and I don't plan to participate in the platform challenge, just to watch. We're prepared to stay in the foundation establishment stage for the rest of our lives. Since you still have ambitions, I'll tell you some of the dangers of the platform challenge, so you won't die for nothing," Mrs. Hupping said calmly. "First of all, those who register for the competition must have reached the 7th level in their basic elemental cultivation. This is the minimum requirement to be eligible for taking the foundation building pill. Secondly, the age of the registrants must be under 40. Even those over 40 shouldn't try to deceive the registration officials, as they will use bone viewing techniques to determine the true age of each registrant. As long as you meet these two conditions, anyone can register without any other restrictions. However, this has made the competition even more brutal. Do you think it's normal to have so many people here in the Tainan Valley right now? Most of them are actually here for the Ascension Summit. You see, our Tainan Assembly used to be just a local trade fair for young cultivators in Lan Prefecture. In the past, there were only a few hundred people attending. But now, as you can see, there are over 1,000 people gathered here, and as the final days approach, even more people from farther away will come. That's when the peak of the Tainan Assembly's trading activities will occur. The reason why these people come to our Tainan Valley first to attend the assembly is twofold. On one hand, they want to exchange for some needed items, and on the other hand, they want to seize the opportunity to observe their opponents in the Ascension Summit in advance, so as to be better prepared. Think about it, the powerful experts who have reached the 11th level I saw in the valley, are they also here for the Ascension Summit? If that's the case, what about the others? Isn't it suicide for those with lower levels to compete? That's not necessarily the case. Who says higher level cultivators always win against lower level ones? If a weaker cultivator uses some powerful talismans or carries some formidable treasures with them, they can still defeat someone with higher cultivation base. That's right, what Black Gold Brother said makes sense. In our battles as cultivators, the depth of our cultivation isn't the only factor. What matters more is the power and flexibility of the spells we master, as well as the strength of the artifacts we possess. Black Gold Brother, you're right on point. Otherwise, there would be no need for the Ascension Summit. Everyone could just compare their cultivation bases and call it a day. After hearing Black Gold and Senior Sister whose words, Brother Wu and I are also puzzled. Talented individuals who have reached the 11th level. Why would they risk their lives on the platform? I remember witnessing the last summit's battles myself. Just thinking about it still gives me the chills. And my husband and I have decided not to participate in the competition this time. We just plan to watch and spend the rest of our lives in the foundation establishment stage. But since you still have ambitions, I'll tell you a little more about the brutal aspects of the competition, so you won't die in ignorance. I'll continue with a few others, the Red Lotus Lone Wanderer said decisively. Good, good. Brother Han, have you also made up your mind? The Taoist priest looked very pleased and turned to ask Han Li. Upon hearing this, Han Li hesitated. In theory, it should be the best choice for someone like him, a newcomer, to continue with this small group. But for some reason, he felt uneasy about it. He had a feeling that if he did, he would definitely regret it. I'll make a decision after the trading event ends. There's no rush. Han Li smiled and said, deciding to stall for time. Huh. Han Li's words clearly caught the others off guard, leaving Qing Wen and the others somewhat stunned. What's there to hesitate about, Brother Han? We independent cultivators need to stick together to avoid being bullied. Moreover, I'm quite interested in Senior Brother's ability to see through my tricks. I'd like to spar with you more in the future. Wu Jai seemed a little dissatisfied. Han Li listened to the youth's words without getting angry, just smiling without saying a word. Brother Han didn't say he definitely won't travel with us, just that he needs to think about it. It's only natural. Qing Wen quickly intervened, trying to smooth things over. Yes, what Senior Qing Wen said resonates with me. I do have some difficulties that are hard to express, so I need to be cautious. Han Li seemed genuinely grateful to Qing Wen, showing a thoughtful expression. I see, then I guess I was being meddlesome. The youth suddenly felt like he was being treated as an outsider and became quite displeased. Qing Wen helplessly smiled and silently apologized to Han Li with a brotherly and tolerant expression. Han Li naturally didn't take offense. Now that the matter was resolved, everyone got up and bid farewell before leaving. Han Li also found an empty room on the second floor and rested there. The next day, except for the monk and Han Li, everyone else left the attic and went to set up their stalls together. At this time, the monk continued to chant in the hall on the first floor, while Han Li sat in the room, lightly stroking a stack of talisman papers, lost in thought. These so-called low-grade talisman papers, with their faint spiritual light, are indeed quite different from ordinary secular talisman papers. It seems that they either have special materials or need to be blessed with certain spells. Han Li thought to himself. Han Li had intended to practice the mind-stabilizing technique he had learned before using these talisman papers. But suddenly, he remembered that it seemed impossible to draw a stabilizing talisman with just talisman paper. He also needed a brush and cinnabar. And it seemed like these two items were sold at the stalls of cultivators. Did these items also have to be specially made by cultivators, rather than using ordinary ones? Thinking of this, Han Li couldn't sit still in the room. He decided to go find the monk. After all, he couldn't hide the fact that he was a novice cultivator, so he might as well ask openly. Your thoughts are correct. If you want to successfully draw a spiritual talisman, you not only need special materials for the talisman paper, but also need cinnabar mixed with the blood of a demonic beast containing spiritual energy. As for the brush, it depends on the situation. Master Ku Sang said calmly after hearing Han Li's question. Master Ku Sang, what do you mean by depends on the situation? Han Li sat across from the monk, asking earnestly without any embarrassment. The brushes we cultivators use to draw spiritual talismans can be made from the spiritual hairs of demonic beasts or from special charcoal obtained from genius treasures. These can increase the success rate of drawing talismans and the power of the talismans. But if you don't have the conditions, even ordinary brushes from the mundane world will do, although the success rate of drawing talismans will be pitifully low. The monk shook his head lightly, seemingly not approving of Han Li using the last method to make talismans. Take care, young friend. The monk closed his eyes again, continuing his meditation. It seemed that he couldn't go without a trip today. Han Li remembered that both the brush and the cinnabar were not cheap. They probably cost about 6 or 7 low-grade spirit stones. Did he really have to sell the flight talisman he had just acquired? Thinking about this, Han Li walked while pondering, and he left from the other end of the square this time, intending to start exploring from there. Along the way, Han Li's eyes glanced around from time to time, looking at the various materials and talismans on the stalls, as well as some peculiar artifacts, which kept him busy. Suddenly, Han Li's footsteps stopped in front of a certain stall. He looked at a thin book on the stall, feeling a bit distracted. The price tag on the front of the book read, Longevity Technique, a wood attribute basic cultivation technique, valued at 2 low-grade spirit stones. I'll take this book. Han Li slowly bent down, picked up the book, flipped through it briefly, and then calmly said to the stall owner, 2 spirit stones. A clear female voice rang in Han Li's ears. Han Li was taken aback, only to realize that the stall owner, who had been reading a book with her head down, was actually a sweet and lovely girl. Is there anything lacking in this book? Han Li asked after coming to his senses. No, it contains all 13 layers of the Changchun cultivation method, without missing a word, the girl said generously. Han Li nodded and casually flipped through a few pages before closing the book. Do you accept medicine in exchange? Han Li asked straightforwardly. Medicine. The girl looked surprised, her beautiful eyes widening. It depends on what kind of medicine it is. If it's medicine for healing or treating illnesses, it's not worth much, the girl said gently, tucking a strand of stray hair behind her ear. Upon hearing this, Han Li knew that the deal could be sealed. He reached into his pocket without hesitation and took out a bottle of yellow dragon pill, placing it in front of the girl. It's a medicine that solidifies the foundation and enhances spiritual power, Han Li said confidently. Solidifying the foundation and enhancing spiritual power. The girl, who had been calm all along, became somewhat nervous. She leaned forward, approached Han Li, gently picked up the jade bottle, poured out a pill, and then lowered her head to sniff the medicinal properties. Han Li, looking down at the girl's exposed neck, could clearly see it due to their close proximity. Because the girl was so close, a delicate feminine fragrance wafted over, causing Han Li's heart to beat faster and his face to blush involuntarily. It's indeed a medicine that enhances spiritual power. After sniffing for a while, the girl exclaimed in delight. She looked up, her face full of joy as she looked at Han Li, eagerly saying, "If you have more of this medicine, I'll exchange as much as you have for it. You can freely choose anything from my stall. If that's not possible, I can also buy it with spirit stones." After saying this, the girl held onto the bottle of medicine tightly, staring at Han Li without blinking, afraid to hear a no from him. Seeing the previously gentle and lovely girl suddenly become so nervous, Han Li couldn't help but smile wryly. However, he couldn't help but think that perhaps he had underestimated the value of this type of medicine. He would have to be more careful in the future. "Miss, please don't rush. Let's finish the current transaction first, and then discuss the next one, okay?" Han Li originally wanted to refuse, but when he saw the clear look in her eyes, he suddenly thought of his younger sister at home and softened. The words just came out of his mouth without thinking. "I'm really sorry. I was a bit impulsive." The girl seemed to realize her rudeness and blushed. "This book, as long as you give me 2 of these pills," the girl said calmly after calming down. Han Li thought the price was fair, so he agreed and then began to look at other items on the stall. "What's this?" Han Li's interest was piqued by an inconspicuous gray cloth bag, especially since it was tightly sealed with a thin red rope bulging inside. Han Li reached out and grabbed it. "These are seeds of the 7-star grass, which is the best material for making talisman paper after 10 years of cultivation," the girl explained crisply. Han Li's heart stirred. Such things were very useful, so he didn't hesitate to put the bag in front of him. "The other items are not useful to me." After taking a rough look, Han Li said slowly, "Are you sure you don't want anything else? This frost talisman is very powerful, and this spring rejuvenation talisman can greatly restore your physical strength." The girl seemed reluctant and actively stepped forward to recommend to Han Li. Seeing the girl's innocent and charming appearance, Han Li couldn't help but chuckle. "What's so funny?" The girl blushed again. "I actually just want to buy some cinnabar and a pen for drawing talismans, but unfortunately you don't have them here." Han Li spoke honestly, which was rare for him. Cinnabar and a talisman pen. The girl frowned, hesitating. After thinking for a moment, as if making a big decision, she suddenly looked up and said to Han Li, "I don't have cinnabar, but I have a high-quality talisman pen made from the neck hair of a second-level demonic beast, the golden-eyed ape. However, its price is quite high. I don't know if you have enough medicine to exchange for it." Han Li was surprised to hear this, but still smiled and said, "As long as the item is good, I will make sure the lady is satisfied with the medicine." Upon hearing this, The girl felt relieved. She took out a talisman, waved her hand over it a few times, and then threw it into the air, where it turned into a streak of firelight and disappeared. "Please wait a moment, sir. My brother will bring the items soon." The girl felt a little embarrassed. "No problem. As long as it's a good item, I don't mind waiting a little longer," Han Li said calmly. After that, there was a period of silence between Han Li and the girl. They both felt a certain ambiguity between them. Han Li found himself somewhat entranced by this unusual feeling, savoring a faint fragrance from across the table with each breath. The girl kept her head down, looking at her toes, lost in thought. Han Li noticed a slight blush on her fair neck. "Sister," a loud voice suddenly broke the delicate atmosphere, causing Han Li to want to glare at the speaker. But when he turned around and saw the newcomer clearly, he couldn't help but be taken aback. A burly man with an imposing figure was running towards them, causing some cultivators to stumble along the way. Initially angry, they looked shocked when they saw the man's extraordinary physique and hesitated before begrudgingly giving way. Seeing the reactions of the cultivators, the girl felt a headache coming on. Her brother's behavior was too reckless. Wasn't he just picking fights with other cultivators for no reason? "Here, sister, I brought the items." The burly man, carrying a strong wind with him, rushed to Han Li's side and handed a long wooden box to the girl. Ignoring her brother's reckless behavior, the girl passed the wooden box to Han Li, indicating for him to open it and take a look. Taking the box, Han Li glanced at the girl before opening it, revealing a golden-haired pen emitting a faint yellow light from tip to shaft. This pen is called the Golden Bamboo. Its tip is made of the neck hair of a second-level demonic beast, the golden-eyed ape, while the shaft is made of a mixture of gold essence and black iron. After being refined by a Foundation establishment cultivator with the flames of literary and martial arts for 3 days and 3 nights, the pen was finally completed. The girl explained lightly, but her eyes were full of reluctance as she stared at the item. Although Han Li didn't fully understand what the girl said, he knew that this pen was extraordinary and had a significant background. He couldn't help but be surprised that the girl was willing to part with it, perhaps for the medicine. "Miss, are you really willing to exchange this pen with me? It's quite a treasure." Han Li gently stroked the smooth shaft of the pen with his fingers, his voice low as he confirmed. Seeing Han Li's doubt, the girl hesitated for a moment before deciding to tell him the truth, fearing that he might think the item was ill-gotten and refuse to accept it. "This pen is a family heirloom left by our clan, previously used by a master talisman maker. Unfortunately, my brother and I have no talent in talisman making, so we wasted it. My brother is preparing to participate in the Ascension Conference, but his cultivation has reached a bottleneck. He can only break through with the help of medicine, so he's willing to exchange this item for your medicine." The girl explained softly, her expression somewhat helpless. Encountering another person stuck at a bottleneck in their cultivation. What a coincidence, Han Li wondered. In fact, Han Li had misunderstood. Hanley walked back to his room with joy, clutching the wooden box containing the golden bamboo pen. He had exchanged 3 bottles of yellow dragon pills and 4 bottles of golden marrow pills from the girl for this treasure, and the bag of 7-star grass seeds. Afterwards, he casually bought some cinnabar from other stalls and hurried back, eager to begin his talisman-making endeavor. Entering the small building by breaking the prohibition, Hanley saw the little monk still meditating. He didn't want to disturb him, so he went upstairs and returned to his room. After arranging the talisman paper and cinnabar on the table, Hanley took out the golden bamboo pen and began to immerse himself in the creation of the mind-calming talisman. Following the method of talisman making as described in the mind-calming art, Hanley infused his spiritual power through the pen's handle held in his right hand, then lightly dipped the pen tip in some cinnabar and began drawing the talisman on a piece of paper. After a quarter of an hour, Hanley stood up with a pleased expression, stretching his slightly sore waist. He looked at the shimmering talisman on the table with delight. From the appearance, this talisman was identical to the one used by Ink Master, although the spiritual energy contained within was slightly weaker. Nevertheless, it was much stronger than the inferior products Hanley had made in his previous practice sessions, which lacked any spiritual power. Excitedly examining the newly made talisman, Hanley prepared to try the mind-calming art. However, before he could cast the spell, the spiritual power on the talisman suddenly became chaotic, showing signs of erupting. Startled, Hanley hastily threw the talisman away. With a puff, the mind-calming talisman inexplicably ignited in midair, turning into a fireball and burning to ashes. Hanley stared blankly at the empty space, speechless. After a while, he sighed, realizing that the talisman had failed. Feeling somewhat discouraged, but not losing confidence, Hanley believed that the talisman he had just made was very close to success. He was confident that with a little more effort, he would definitely succeed next time. For the rest of the day, Hanley made one mind-calming talisman after another, but each one failed continuously. Some of the talismans he made either burned on their own or exploded suddenly, while others lost their spiritual power as soon as they were drawn, becoming useless scraps of paper. When Hanley looked at the last talisman he had just completed, which exploded into smithereens with a pop, he, who had always been calm, couldn't help but look up at the ceiling and curse. "Damn heavens, are you mocking me? 12 talismans in a row, and I couldn't succeed once. This is just a basic mind-calming talisman of the lower rank. Could it be that today is not the right day?" After saying this, Hanley felt a lot better, and his mood improved slightly. After thinking for a moment, Hanley glanced at the table with only half of the cinnabar left and the golden bamboo pen. He felt that the problem did not lie with these things, because he had smoothly infused his spiritual power into the pen handle, and the cinnabar became spiritually energetic when painted on the talisman paper, unlike fake products. Unable to think of a reason for a while, Hanley decided to ask the little monk to see if he could enlighten him. At this moment, Han Li realized that having someone like a senior to guide him on the path of cultivation was really important, and he began to think about apprenticing himself to a master. After listening to Han Li's complaint about the failure of making talismans, the little monk stared at him with a strange look, as if a beautiful white flower suddenly bloomed on Han Li's face. Seeing the monk's expression, Han Li felt a little uneasy, not knowing what he had said wrong to make the other person stare at him like that. Master Han seems to know very little about talisman making, am I right? The little monk finally spoke. Master Kuseng is right. I'm making talismans for the first time, Han Li admitted honestly. Actually, among us cultivators, there are not many people who make talismans themselves. Any needed talismans are generally purchased from various trading markets. Even those from prominent families are the same. Why? Han Li was surprised. It's simple. Experienced professional talisman makers are too few, and the cost of training a qualified talisman maker is too high. Only those major sects of cultivation have the strength to train them. The monk smiled and explained. Master Han probably feels very frustrated after failing more than a dozen times in a row, right? Yes, just the cost of materials alone could buy me several ready-made, mind-calming talismans. Han Li lamented. But Master, do you know? For beginners who want to learn talisman making, it's normal to fail hundreds of times in a row. If they have poor aptitude, it's not surprising to fail hundreds of times continuously. Only after making thousands of talismans can the success rate gradually increase, and this is only for the production of the same kind of talisman. If you switch to another type of talisman, although you can't say you're still a beginner, the initial failure rate is still astonishingly high, which is amazing. So, a qualified talisman maker must have practiced tens of thousands of times. But how many people can bear such material losses? Not to mention cultivation families. Even those trained by major cultivation sects can only achieve some success in basic talisman making. If they were asked to practice making intermediate-grade talismans, I'm afraid those major sects would also be bankrupt and unable to afford it. After all, the higher the grade of the talisman, the more expensive the materials used. The monk's words left Han Li dumbfounded. Then why are there still people selling cinnabar and talisman paper at stalls? Han Li thought for a moment, feeling that something was amiss. Those cinnabar and talisman paper are sold to practitioners of talisman arts. The little monk smiled and said, Talisman arts. Han Li was puzzled. It's the same as the mind-calming art you practice. It requires the use of pre-drawn talismans to be effective. It's different from those who store spells in talisman paper with the intention of making them convenient for others to use. The talismans used in talisman arts cannot be simply activated by spiritual power alone. They also require a certain incantation to be cast, but they are generally not complicated and are easy to learn. Because practitioners of talisman arts often use the same kind of talisman, they feel that it's not cost-effective to buy them. So, like Master Han, they practice making talismans themselves. Although the variety is relatively simple, the cost is affordable. So, if Master Han really wants to learn the mind-calming art, it's best to make talismans yourself for the long term. But if you don't use this art often, it's better to spend a little money and buy a few mind-calming talismans as backup. The little monk explained meticulously, and finally gave Han Li some advice. Master Han is too polite. The monk quickly returned the gesture. This little monk is quite easy to talk to. If there are any more difficulties in the future, I might as well continue to seek his advice. Hanley thought to himself on the way back to his room. It's impossible to specialize in practicing talisman making now. It's better to buy a few mind-calming talismans as backup. However, the longevity art in my body has already reached the peak of the 8th layer, and now that I've obtained the heart techniques of the later layers, it seems that it's time to break through the bottleneck and enter the 9th layer. In addition, I need to practice the new spells I've acquired and master them as soon as possible to increase my strength. As soon as Han Li pushed open the door of his room, he had already planned for the future in his mind. In the days to come, Han Li spent the day in his room, devouring medicine in large quantities, meditating, refining qi, and practicing the longevity art. At night, he went to uninhabited places in the valley to practice the several new spells he had learned. These included the quicksand technique, freezing technique, levitation technique, binding technique, voice transmission technique, concealment technique, spark technique, and the most difficult to practice, the earth spike technique. After more than 10 days of arduous practice, Han Li finally broke through to the 9th layer of the longevity art in the last few days before the Thai Southern Assembly, astonishing Wu Jiaji and the others, and the green stripe Taoist even repeatedly praised Han Li as a genius among the casual cultivators. However, Han Li knew in his heart that without the 10 or so bottles of elixirs he had consumed, it wouldn't have been so easy for him to break through. However, considering that he didn't have many elixirs left, it seemed that he should prepare some more. As for those few spells, concealment technique and voice transmission technique are similar auxiliary spells to clairvoyance technique, which anyone with a little understanding of magic power can learn, so Han Li easily mastered them. Among them, the voice transmission technique is a spell that Han Li has seen several times, which requires the use of a voice transmission talisman to activate. The concealment technique, on the other hand, is a purely ordinary spell that allows spiritual power to envelop the entire body, making it blend in with the surrounding environment, making it difficult for others to detect. This spell has a somewhat redundant nature because the clairvoyance technique can easily see through it, rendering it ineffective in concealing oneself from other cultivators' scrutiny. Both the quicksand technique and the freezing technique are regional spells, one turning the ground into sand wherever magic power reaches, the other freezing any water in the vicinity. The power of these two spells depends entirely on the depth of the caster's magical power. If a cultivator with great proficiency were to use them, they could turn thousands of miles of fertile land into desert or freeze large rivers into glaciers, making it not impossible. These two spells are classified as basic intermediate level spells simply because they are relatively easy to learn, even for low-level chi refining cultivators. But their range is limited due to the constraints of magical power. Originally, Han Li found it difficult to learn these two spells, but after suddenly breaking through to the 9th layer, his magical power doubled from before, and these two spells became instantly accessible to him, allowing him to manipulate sand or ice over an area the size of a tabletop at will, leaving Han Li extremely excited for a time. As for the remaining spells, Han Li couldn't comprehend them for a while, so he could only slowly ponder and research them later. Because the Tai Nan assembly was about to end, the young cultivators who had come to participate in the trading finally reached their peak in the last 2 days of the Tai Nan Valley. At this moment, the large trading square where Han Li was located was crowded with more than 2,000 cultivators, and the number of people setting up stalls had multiplied several times compared to before. They all wanted to seize the last opportunity to sell off any items they hadn't exchanged yet. Many high-level cultivators who had been hiding all along also appeared, wanting to take advantage of this opportunity to observe their potential opponents. Han Li smiled bitterly. He found that even though he had reached the 9th layer, he was still only in the middle among so many cultivators, and there were still many people above the 9th layer. Han Li currently had no spirit stones left, and he had very few elixirs, so he had no intention of treasure hunting. He just walked from one stall to another along with the crowd, just to listen to the comments and insights of the cultivators on buying and selling items, to broaden his horizons. As he listened along the way, Han Li found it quite interesting and unknowingly arrived at the middle of the square. "No, I don't want this thing. Give me something else to exchange." This is a fragment of a magic treasure. With just this material, you can exchange it for more than enough of your bowl. Why do I need this fragment? Can I find a nascent soul cultivator to refine it for me? Forget about exchanging my reversal bowl. A fierce quarrel erupted from a stall ahead, and the noise attracted nearby cultivators to swarm around the stall. A fragment of a magic treasure. This surprising voice immediately caused a commotion among the surrounding cultivators, as if they had caught a whiff of blood, making them itch with excitement. Where is it? Let me see. Is this really a magic treasure? Wow, it's amazing. Just this piece of cloth. Han Li, who was closer to the stall, managed to secure a good position, observing everything clearly. In front of the stall, there stood a man in his late 20s. This man had dark skin and a sturdy build. At first glance, one might think he was a farmer who had wandered into the Tai Nan Valley, but anyone who used the clairvoyance technique to observe this man's magical power couldn't help but be taken aback. This dark-skinned man was actually a cultivator at the 10th layer. Is he going to challenge this person? Isn't that asking for death? Some cultivators secretly exclaimed as they shifted their gaze to the stall owner. The stall owner was an ordinary-looking man in blue clothes, with only 7 or 8 layers of magical power. But in the face of the man in front of him, he showed no fear. Some people noticed a pattern embroidered on the collar of the stall owner's clothes, and then suddenly realized. It turned out that this person was a disciple of the Yi family, a famous cultivation family in Chin Yi Ridge. No wonder he was so confident. On the stall between the two, there was a strange yellow bowl with patterns on it and a small piece of translucent fabric-like item. This piece of cloth, wrinkled and uneven on the edges, looked like it had been gnawed by a dog. The only eye-catching feature was the occasional flicker of white light on it, which was quite peculiar. Is this a fragment of a magic treasure? Seeing the actual object, many of the onlookers were disappointed, as it was far from the image they had in mind. This fragment is very peculiar. As long as it covers an object, it will immediately become invisible, and not a trace of spiritual energy will leak out, nor will it hinder the entry of spiritual energy from the outside. The dark-skinned man explained loudly to the stall owner. After speaking, he suddenly reached down and from inside his sleeve pulled out a silver-colored small mouse. A first-grade demon beast, the gold-eating mouse. Someone in the crowd called out the name of this mouse, causing a small stir. Truly worthy of being a cultivator at the 10th layer, to be able to catch even a first-grade demon beast, many people secretly admired. At this moment, the dark-skinned man took the fabric and covered it over the silver mouse. As a result, a miracle occurred. The silver mouse and the fabric immediately disappeared. Even if many people used the clairvoyance technique to observe, they found nothing. Seeing the surprised expressions of the crowd, the man felt somewhat satisfied. Then, he suddenly reached out and grabbed in the same place, and a piece of fabric appeared in his hand, while the white mouse immediately revealed its presence. Moreover, not only living things, but even dead objects have the same effect. After saying this, the man took out a small knife about an inch long, emitting a compelling spiritual energy, and placed it on the ground. Then he covered it, again with the fabric, and the knife disappeared without a trace, without a hint of spiritual energy leaking out. How wonderful! It can turn invisible. Incredible. The onlookers began to discuss excitedly. What do you think? This exchange will definitely be worth it for your bowl. The man took off the fabric again and put away the small knife, then said to the stall owner, I won't exchange it. To achieve invisibility, you can just buy a low-grade intermediate concealment talisman, and such a small thing, should I hide my head or my feet? The stall owner shook his head disdainfully. Didn't I tell you? This is a fragment of a magic treasure, not something that can be refined by a nascent soul cultivator. Who can see through its concealment effect if they are not at the same level? How can a concealment talisman compare to it? The dark-skinned man said angrily. You're just talking nonsense. I don't need this thing at all. What use is it to me? You better give me 30 spirit stones or other equivalent items to exchange for this bowl. The stall owner said coldly. You. The man looked extremely annoyed, clenching his fists and taking a step forward. What? You want to force a transaction? People from our Yi family are not easy to bully. The stall owner retorted without any reservation. HMPH, the Yi family is nothing special. Although the man didn't back down verbally, he released his fists, showing obvious fear towards the Yi family. The man was furious that the stall owner was using the Yi family to pressure him. As a cultivator at the 10th layer, he was used to being praised by others. Now, facing this embarrassment, he originally wanted to leave, but he was reluctant to part with the reversal bowl. This artifact was highly compatible with his cultivation technique. If he could exchange for it, his strength would increase significantly. However, apart from this magic treasure fragment, all the other items on him were useful, and he had spent all his spirit stones several days ago, leaving him in a dilemma. How about I buy this fragment from you? I'll offer 10 spirit stones. A man in a bulky gray robe walked out from the crowd and approached the man, bowing respectfully. I'm not selling. If you want it, bring 30 spirit stones. The man shook his head vigorously, unable to accept this price. Cough, if this fragment were a bit larger, it might be worth that price. Unfortunately, it's too small, and it can only cover a few items. The man in gray showed regret on his face when the man refused to agree, and without lingering, he returned to the crowd. 12 pieces will you sell? I'll offer 13. Many of the surrounding cultivators were tempted by this magic treasure fragment. Even if they couldn't use it immediately, keeping it for research might yield unexpected gains. Soon, the price rose to 20, with a round-faced youth making the bid. With the price this high, others fell silent, considering it already quite high. After all, for these low-level cultivators, having 10 spirit stones was considered good enough. As for those who had made bids earlier, they were mostly disciples from various families, slightly better off than others. 20, the man's expression changed. This price had reached his bottom line. If he added another item, perhaps he could exchange for the reversal bowl from the stall owner. Are you willing to offer 20 spirit stones? The man asked the round-faced youth with a friendly tone. However, the round-faced youth seemed flustered for some reason, his face alternating between red and white, extremely anxious. I don't have that many spirit stones. The round-faced youth stuttered, causing everyone watching to be stunned. You don't, then why did you bid earlier? Are you trying to deceive me? The man grew furious at the youth's words. Already filled with anger, he immediately released a powerful aura that overwhelmed the youth. I just thought it was fun to join in. I didn't mean it seriously. Please forgive me. The round-faced youth hastily defended himself, sweating profusely. How could a mere 5th-layer cultivator resist such spiritual pressure? Who was the one who bid 19 just now? I'm willing to give away 1 spirit stone for free so that you can buy this item. The youth quickly improvised, but there was silence around. It seemed that the previous bidder had also changed his mind. What about the one who bid 18? The youth looked at the increasingly hostile face of the man, almost about to cry. He was just a humble, wandering cultivator with only 2 spirit stones on him, which he had earned after toiling for a whole year. Just when everyone thought there was going to be a good show, a calm voice suddenly rang out, "Hold on a moment." A person walked in from outside the crowd, calling out to the man. "What do you want?" The man's face darkened as he looked at the newcomer. His patience was wearing thin. If this person was here to provoke him, he wouldn't mind dealing with him, even though this person was also quite powerful, a cultivator at the 9th layer. "I'm very interested in this thing. I want to acquire it." The newcomer pointed to the fabric and smiled at the man. This cultivator, mistaken by the man as someone trying to pick a fight, was none other than Han Li. Han Li had been intrigued when he heard about the invisibility and spiritual energy concealment capabilities of this magic treasure fragment. An unclear idea had popped into his mind. After the man demonstrated the hiding technique with the small knife, Han Li's idea became clearer, and he immediately saw this magic treasure fragment as a must-have item. Therefore, even if the round-faced youth really had 20 spirit stones and wanted to buy this item, Han Li would step in and snatch it away. "How much are you offering?" The man was taken aback but softened his expression, asking. "I don't intend to buy. I want to exchange with this item." Han Li calmly took out a talisman from his sleeve and placed it on the table for everyone to see clearly. "A flight talisman," someone knowledgeable exclaimed. "It's a low-grade, high-level spiritual talisman." Other cultivators were also amazed. After all, there had only been 5 or 6 low-grade, high-level talismans since the beginning of the Tainan assembly, and each one had sold for a staggering price. Upon seeing the flight talisman, both the man and the stall owner were moved, and their gazes toward Han Li became more respectful. After all, someone who possessed high-grade talismans couldn't be an ordinary person. "All right, I'll exchange." The man agreed readily. How could he miss out on such an obvious bargain? "However, before that, I want to test what you mentioned earlier about this fragment not obstructing the absorption of spiritual energy by covered objects from the outside. If it's true, I'll exchange immediately. If not, I won't make this deal," Han Li calmly stated. The man was momentarily stunned by Han Li's words, but after understanding his request, he laughed. "Everything I said about this item is true. Feel free to test it," the man replied confidently. Han Li didn't hesitate either. He took out a cup-like object from his body and placed the fabric over it. After the cup disappeared, Han Li extended a finger, condensing a small white spiritual energy sphere the size of a soybean at the tip of his finger, and gently tapped it downward. As a result, the light sphere gradually disappeared, as if it had been swallowed up. Seeing this scene, Han Li's face lit up with joy. He gently grabbed the fabric and held it in his hand. The cup reappeared, with the light sphere that had just disappeared floating inside. "Not bad. What you said is indeed true. I'll take this magic treasure fragment, and the flight talisman belongs to you." Han Li sent the fabric into his sleeve, accepted it, and bowed to the man. "Great, you're straightforward." The man was delighted. He bent down, took the flight talisman, examined it several times to confirm it wasn't fake, then grinned. Han Li smiled faintly, said nothing more, turned around, and squeezed out of the crowd. However, before he could take a few steps, he heard a lot of discussions coming from the people behind him. This guy is so silly. He actually exchanged such a valuable high-grade talisman for such a worthless item. That's right, this fragment is so small. What use could it have? Such an exchange is simply not worth it. But don't say that. Maybe this person has other uses for it. Listening to these comments, Han Li sneered inwardly. How do these cultivators know the importance of this item to themselves? Wait a moment, sir. Hold on. Han Li hadn't walked far when a voice suddenly came from behind, followed by hurried footsteps approaching. Han Li was somewhat surprised. Was someone calling him? He couldn't help but turn around. He saw a person not far away, running towards him with sweat dripping from his forehead, shouting as he ran. It was the round-faced youth who had almost caused a big trouble earlier. Han Li blinked, a little curious, and stopped in place. He wanted to know what this lively guy had to chase after him so desperately for. "Sir, I finally caught up with you." The youth gasped for breath as he approached. "Is there something you need?" Han Li glanced at the other party and asked in confusion. "This thing is for you. It's a token of gratitude for helping me out, sir." Without saying a word, the youth reached out and stuffed a small booklet into Han Li's hand, then ran away somewhat embarrassedly. Han Li was slightly stunned, but soon smiled. There were still such simple and honest people among cultivators, which was quite unexpected to him. Without chasing after him, Han Li lowered his head to look at the object in his hand. The name of the booklet was Records of the Green Stream. It didn't look like a technique or anything like that. Han Li flipped through a few pages with some interest. It turned out to be a miscellaneous record compiled by a senior cultivator named Green Stream in a certain country who didn't like cultivation but preferred to wander around, recording various secrets and legends he knew. Some pages even had vivid drawings related to the content. Although Han Li didn't read much, he was quite interested in the item and put the booklet away in his clothes. After that, Han Li didn't encounter anything special. Feeling a little bored, he returned to his residence. In his room, Han Li lay on the bed and carefully read the records of the Green Stream. The book contained some of Green Stream's personal experiences, as well as hearsay, but all of them were strange and rare stories. Some were even secrets not passed down outside the cultivator families. Han Li found it quite enjoyable to read. However, when he flipped to the last few pages of the booklet, he saw 7 different patterns resembling tokens, each with several lines of text below. Ascension Order, created by the 7 major immortal sects of the UA country. It is awarded to the cultivator families who have performed great deeds, and as long as someone holding the order goes to the sect that issued the order, its effect is equivalent to that of the final winner of the Ascension Conference, allowing them to receive the same treatment. They will be rewarded with Foundation establishment pills and granted entry qualifications. However, this item has always been passed down within the cultivator families, and ordinary cultivators have never had the chance to see it. Therefore, only according to the rumored shape can the appearance of this order be depicted. Finally, green stream marked a sentence in slightly smaller font. This order can be transferred and traded between cultivator families, and its issuance can be traced back to a long time ago, so the sect that issued the order doesn't recognize people, only the order. As long as someone holding the order goes, they can ascend step by step, making it a heaven-defying item for low-level cultivators. After reading the text below, Hanley felt his mouth dry and his heart pounding fiercely. When Hanley first heard the words Ascension Conference, he vaguely associated it with the strange token he had obtained from the gnome. That token also had the words Ascension engraved on it, making Hanley wonder if there was any connection between the two. But later, when he heard others talk in detail about the Ascension Conference and didn't mention anything related to the Ascension Order, he thought it was just a coincidence and put it out of his mind. However, he didn't expect to find out the origin and true purpose of this Ascension Order from the small booklet he obtained by chance. Moreover, the effect of this Ascension Order was so significant. The more Hanley thought about it, the more excited he became. He quickly took out the blackened token from his body and hurriedly compared it with the illustrations, finding the one that looked similar. This Ascension Order is issued by the Yellow Maple Valley. Hanley stroked the token and murmured to himself. However, such a precious item, how did it end up in the hands of a low-level cultivator like Elder Jin Guang? Hanley calmed down and felt puzzled. In fact, speaking of it, that gnome was indeed the original owner of this order. Originally, besides the Yi family, there was another influential cultivator family, the Qin family, living in the Qinyi Ridge. Apart from the Yi family, the Qin family was equally famous, but the two families had a good relationship due to their kinship. This Ascension Order was a treasure passed down by the Qin family for generations. The reason it hadn't been used was simply that the Qin family had been unable to find a cultivator talented enough to match the order. So they chose to continue passing it down rather than waste such a precious item. However, after many generations, the Qin family became increasingly sparse in male descendants, gradually declining. On the other hand, the Yi family flourished and prospered more and more, overshadowing the Qin family. The Yi family was known far and wide, while the Qin family became obscure, and people in the cultivation world only knew about the Yi family in the Qinyi Ridge, not the Qin family. By the time of Elder Jin Guang, the Qin family was left with only him as the male descendant, and his aptitude was extremely poor, completely hopeless of reaching foundation establishment. Thus, when the Yi family set their eyes on the few treasures passed down by the Qin family, and this Ascension Order was one of them, Elder Jin Guang, who was sensitive to changes in the wind, quickly took the Ascension Order and the talisman with the small sword motif, which was concealed in a hidden formation and couldn't be retrieved by the Yi family for a while. He had no choice but to reluctantly abandon the rest of the treasures and leave them to the Yi family. As a result, Elder Jin Guang fled for more than a decade, living in seclusion in a certain Taoist temple in the barbarian territory, living a carefree life by deceiving others with his low-level cultivation. Over time, his original intention of using the Ascension Order gradually faded away. He realized that even if he took the Foundation Establishment pill, he couldn't enter the Foundation Establishment stage. Since that was the case, why bother becoming a low-level disciple of a major sect and suffering? In this way, during the later Siege of the Seven Profound Sects incident, this Ascension Order was cheaply given to Han Li. Han Li knew nothing about the Qin family's affairs, but that didn't stop his excitement. Walking back and forth in the room, he kept playing with the token of ascending immortality, finding it increasingly pleasing to the eye. After a stick of incense's worth of time, Han Li finally calmed down. He smoothed out his excitement and began to consider the feasibility of his future arrangements and journey to the Huangfeng Valley to seek apprenticeship. After a sleepless night of tossing and turning, the Tainan Conference finally came to an end. From the next morning, many cultivators began to leave the valley, and the number of people inside decreased by half. By the afternoon, several senior cultivators appeared in the square. After some words of encouragement and praise, they officially announced the end of the Tainan Conference, including the young true person. Suddenly, the remaining cultivators dispersed in small groups or individually. At this time, Qingwen Taoist and several others approached Han Li again and invited him to join them. After a moment of silence, Han Li still refused Qingwen and the others' invitation, which displeased Wu Jiaji and the Mo brothers. Even Qingwen Taoist's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Since Brother Han is unwilling to travel with us, Qingwen won't force you. Take care on your journey. Finally, Qingwen sighed and said with a hint of regret. Then he patted Han Li's shoulder and left the valley with the others. Unaware of Qingwen Taoist's actions, Han Li, out of caution, did not immediately leave the Tainan Valley. Instead, he stayed for another night and quietly slipped out of the valley in the early morning when the sky was just getting light. Once out of the Tainan Valley, Han Li set his direction and used his wind control technique, lightly stepping forward, floating several yards away. And so, he gradually drifted away, his clothes fluttering in the wind. Shortly after Han Li left, two people hurriedly arrived. In front of them, a thumb-sized green light led the way. After making a turn where Han Li had just stayed, they followed the direction Han Li had left, with the green light guiding them, and caught up. Han Li didn't stop along the way and ran for over 100 miles without resting for a moment, until he reached a small hill. There, he finally stopped and sat down to eat something, replenishing his physical strength and spiritual energy. Unbeknownst to Han Li, his series of unconventional actions angered the duo chasing him along the way. It's no wonder. Who would set off on a journey before dawn? If they hadn't tampered with Han Li beforehand, they might have lost him. But even so, their plan to set traps ahead and ambush Han Li failed. What infuriated the duo even more was that Han Li covered over 100 miles with each step, leaving them eating dust behind, almost exhausting them. After all, as cultivators for a long time, they were accustomed to comfort. They hadn't experienced such long-distance travel on foot for a long time. After some time, Han Li sat cross-legged in a depression below the hill, closed his eyes, motionless, seemingly entering a state of deep concentration. Apart from the chirping of insects around, there was no other sound. At that moment, dozens of white lights suddenly broke through the nearby soil and shot towards Han Li. Han Li, who was motionless, suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze cold. His body suddenly leaped into the air without any bones-like twisting of his legs, and his feet landed lightly on the other side of the empty space. As a result, most of those white lights naturally missed, plugging into the soil where Han Li had been meditating, revealing half of their crystal-clear faces, revealing more than a dozen extremely sharp ice cones. Seeing this, Han Li's expression turned grim. He stretched out his right hand, spreading his 5 fingers. With a crackling sound, a small fireball appeared on each of his 5 fingertips, but these fireballs were half the size of ordinary fireball techniques. Try my 5 fireball barrage. Han Li stared at the direction where the ice cones flew, saying coldly. Then he slightly bent his 5 fingers and suddenly flicked them. The 5 fireballs formed a straight line and shot out. As the fireballs were about to touch the ground, a yellow figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. Then, with a swift movement, the figure moved to another place, just avoiding the range of the fireball's attack. With a bang, several of Han Li's fireballs exploded, leaving a large pit in the ground. Some areas even showed signs of melting due to the high temperature, making the guy who narrowly escaped sweat cold. Han Li did not pay attention to the pit, but stared at the yellow-clothed person who had just leaped out, a skinny man in his 30s with a cunning look on his face. "Why did you ambush me?" Han Li asked coldly. The yellow-clothed man grinned and said, "Wanna know? Maybe in your next life." Then he suddenly shouted, "Attack." Han Li was startled, about to take action, but then he heard 2 slight sounds of soil breaking under his feet. Then, 2 large hands shining with yellow light swiftly grabbed Han Li's feet, as if they were instantly bound by 2 steel hoops, making it difficult for Han Li to move. "Kid, you're dead. With your feet immobilized, let's see how you dodge my ice cone technique." The yellow-clothed man smirked triumphantly, then raised his hands, muttering words. As a result, a cold air emanated from his hands, gradually condensing into white crystals in front of him, forming sharp ice cones. Han Li's face changed drastically. He pressed his hand against his waist, and with a clang, a bright long sword appeared. Without hesitation, he swung the sword down. Dang! The sword struck as if on a rock, sparking, but the yellow hand remained unharmed. Han Li was shocked and angry, about to find another solution when he heard the yellow-clothed man's laughter. "Ha ha, kid, you're finished." The big man who had just emerged from the ground and the initial yellow-clothed individual were the duo that had been chasing Han Li from behind all along. After catching up, fearing that Han Li would continue his journey after recovering some spiritual power, they immediately sneaked up and planned this ambush. At this moment, Han Li felt a searing pain in his injured thigh, indicating that his recent actions had aggravated the wound. However, now wasn't the time to dwell on these issues, because the big man who had just emerged from the soil pulled out a black, sinister-looking long knife from behind and viciously lunged at Han Li. Han Li observed the opponent's figure. Although fast, the movements were stiff, indicating reliance on boosted spells. Han Li couldn't help but feel relieved. In terms of agility, he was confident the other party couldn't catch up even if they tried. With this in mind, Han Li no longer paid attention to the threatening big man nearby, but focused on the yellow-clothed individual. This person took out a dark green gourd and aimed it at Han Li as if preparing to cast another spell. "Where are you looking? Die!" The big man had already rushed to Han Li's vicinity, his body emitting a brilliant yellow light as he raised his eerie long knife and fiercely swung it down towards Han Li. Han Li snorted and dodged out of the way of the blade. "Kid, you've been fooled." The big man suddenly burst into laughter. The long knife in his hand flashed with black light, transforming into a long black cord, resembling a snake, closely following Han Li's figure with the intent to ensnare him without relent. Han Li was surprised. His figure immediately became blurry and elusive, sometimes left, sometimes right, sometimes forward, sometimes backward, as if there were several Han Lis surrounding the big man and circling him. Seeing this, the big man was initially startled, but then relied on the earth armor technique to protect himself and continued to drive the flexible black cord, relentlessly chasing Han Li's real body. Bang, bang, bang. Han Li flew past the big man, shooting multiple fireballs from his clasped hands at the big man's body. It caused the yellow light on his body to flicker, but unfortunately, it immediately returned to normal. The body protection technique this old man has, how can your little fireball technique break through it? The big man's face was full of arrogance. He continued to manipulate the black cord with swift hand movements, showing no signs of letting up. Han Li began to feel anxious. Although the big man's black cord was slower than him, it still posed a threat. He couldn't afford to slow down, or he would surely be ensnared. Although he didn't know what kind of magical tool this black cord was, it was indeed troublesome. But he couldn't afford to let it entangle him. In the midst of his busyness, Han Li stole a glance at the yellow-clothed person and saw his solemn expression. The gourd magical tool in his hand was emitting a faint green light from its mouth, indicating that something was about to emerge from inside. "No, if this continues, my life is in danger. I have to take some risks," Han Li thought to himself. So, while flying at high speed, Han Li took out the diamond talisman he obtained from the Golden Light Elder. This diamond talisman was also a kind of talisman, and Han Li had long learned its incantation from monk Kusanagi, which finally came in handy. Han Li murmured a few vague incantations due to his swaying movements, making it somewhat unclear, but the golden characters on the talisman lit up. When all the characters were fully illuminated, Han Li slapped the talisman on his body, and suddenly a golden light burst forth, forming a golden shield around him. However, his figure suddenly slowed down abruptly, and he was ensnared by the black cord chasing from behind. Using the diamond talisman would slow down his agility, as Han Li had already tried, and he knew it very well. When he saw that although the black cord entangled him several times, it was all blocked outside the golden light, he felt less panicked. He knew he had bet right. The golden shield indeed could withstand attacks from magical tools. However, the big man, upon seeing this, let out a low roar and strode forward, clenching his fists tightly as he charged at Han Li once again. The dazzling yellow light on his body was almost solid, and it seemed like he had invoked some kind of technique again. After the lesson from last time, Han Li wouldn't let the big man get close to him again. He suddenly squatted down, placed both hands on the ground, and then uttered a low incantation, which emanated from Han Li's mouth. Following that, both hands also emitted a faint yellow light. The big man was slightly surprised to see this and hurriedly tried to stop, but it was too late. The ground under his feet turned into soft, cotton-like quicksand, burying his feet deep until his thighs, leaving him in a state of panic. "Attack!" A sharp command rang in Han Li's ears. Han Li's heart sank as he looked towards the yellow-clothed person. He saw several black, muddy spheres, the size of eggs, spewing out continuously from the mouth of the dark green gourd, flying straight towards Han Li. Han Li's face turned ugly, but his hands scattered the yellow light, then rummaged in his bosom and took out a wooden box. By this time, several of the spheres had reached him, pounding fiercely against his light shield, causing it to continuously deform and fluctuate, as if it could burst at any moment. Seeing this crisis, Han Li didn't hesitate. He sat cross-legged and placed the wooden box horizontally on his knee, then began to chant an incantation. Thump, thump, thump. The attacks from the spheres became even fiercer, relentlessly bombarding the shield outside, causing the golden light on Han Li's body to gradually dim, as if the shield was on the verge of breaking. At this moment, Han Li shouted loudly, "Rise." With this shout, a beam of gray light shot out from the wooden box in Han Li's hand. This light, like a dragon emerging from water, circled around and split all the spheres as if encountering a natural enemy, causing them to fall to the ground as dust. Magic treasure, the yellow-clothed person exclaimed as if he had seen a ghost. Han Li's heart trembled when he heard this. However, he didn't have time to think too much because the big man, who was closer, had already broken free and rushed out. But when he saw the gray light emanating from Han Li, his face turned pale. Instead of charging towards Han Li again, he turned and ran away frantically. But at this moment, Han Li's killing intent had arisen. How could he let this person leave? He pointed his hand at the big man, and the gray light immediately followed, shooting out. In the blink of an eye, it reached behind the big man. Wrapping around the big man's neck, his head easily rolled off his shoulders, as if his body's yellow light didn't exist at all and had no effect. Seeing this scene, the yellow-clothed person didn't dare to linger any longer. He took out a talisman from his body and slapped it on himself. Then, a pair of huge yellow wings sprouted from his back, gently flapping, and he soared into the air, flying away into the distance. Meanwhile, Han Li commanded the gray light to chase after him, closely following the yellow-clothed person. However, the yellow-clothed person flew faster and faster, and for a moment, the gray light couldn't catch up. Feeling anxious, Han Li made up his mind and exerted all his spiritual power without reservation. The gray light suddenly accelerated, passing through the yellow-clothed person's chest in an instant, giving him a chilling sensation. The yellow-clothed person screamed in agony as he fell from the air. Han Li was overjoyed and recalled the gray light, rushing over, intending to capture him alive and interrogate him thoroughly. Unfortunately, when Han Li arrived at the spot where the yellow-clothed person fell, he was already dead, killed from the fall. This left Han Li extremely frustrated. Since there were no living captives, Han Li could only search their bodies to see if he could find any useful clues. After ruthlessly looting everything from the two, Han Li didn't find anything relevant, but unexpectedly made a fortune. Because there were as many as 50 low-grade spirit stones on the bodies of the two, not to mention some talismans and magical tools. Jianzhou is located in the northern part of Yue Nation, ranking second in size among the 13 provinces. Its territory is mostly hills and mountains, sparsely populated, and borders the neighboring country of Yuanwu. The Taiyu mountain range is located in the western part of Jianzhou, stretching for thousands of miles. It is not only home to various wild beasts and fierce birds of prey, but also a primitive mountain forest rarely visited by humans. Occasionally, rumors of encountering immortals and monsters by woodcutters and hunters add a layer of mystery to the area. Ordinary people naturally cannot imagine that the central part of the entire mountain range has long been occupied by one of the 7 major cultivation sects, the Huangfeng Valley, for thousands of years. From above, this place looks no different from other mountain ranges, with steep hills and lush trees. However, it is actually covered by a huge magical formation, all mere illusions. Beneath it, countless pavilions and halls have been built densely, and some cultivators with leaf-shaped magical instruments fly back and forth in the low air, constantly busy. The current head of Huangfeng Valley, Master Zhang Lingdao, is over 100 years old, but he still looks like a middle-aged man with 3 strands of long beard. He is in the later stage of the foundation establishment realm, with a calm temperament and good organizational skills. He is highly respected within the sect, and the elders and senior brothers in the sect all have great respect for him. However, this calm and confident master Zhang Lingdao is now frowning and sitting on the main seat of the hall, looking somewhat helpless as he watches the intense argument between a middle-aged man and an old man in front of him. On both sides of the hall, there are also more than a dozen cultivators with different expressions. These people are all managers of Huangfeng Valley. Senior Murong, several months ago, the consumption of Foundation establishment pills had already been allocated, but now my nephew's pill has been revoked and given to a wandering cultivator. Isn't this too unfair? The old man, with a white beard and no mustache, shouted angrily at the middle-aged scholar in front of him. It's really surprising. This old man is much older than the middle-aged man, but he insists on calling the other party senior brother. Junior Yi, there was an accident. It's rare for something like this to happen every few hundred years, someone using an ascension token to enter the sect. How can we not intervene in this matter and give the newcomer a Foundation establishment pill? The middle-aged scholar remained calm and rational. But this person is not from a cultivation family at all, just a wandering cultivator. Do we still need to give him a Foundation establishment pill? I think just letting him enter the sect is enough. This is really unreasonable. The old man argued with flushed face. Junior Yi, you can't put it this way. How do you know that this person's ancestors are not from a cultivation family? Maybe their family has declined, and they became wandering cultivators. Besides, who can guarantee that their own family will never decline? Maybe one day, when the descendants of Junior Yi's Yi family come with an ascension token, should we of Huangfeng Valley also not give them a Foundation establishment pill and just let them enter the sect? If Junior Brother dares to make such a poisonous oath in front of everyone, I, Murong Shan, will turn around and leave, never mentioning the matter of Foundation establishment pills again. The middle-aged man spoke calmly, causing the old man to become speechless. How could the old man dare to make such a pledge with endless consequences? Even if he really did, it would only mean that the person he didn't like in front of him would let go. Who knows if there are others? But why does it have to be my nephew's pill that has to be given away? Can't it be someone else? The old man was unwilling and asked loudly. This has to do with how incompetent your nephew is. He ranked so low in the test. The middle-aged man shook his head with regret. Seeing the person opposite behaving like this, the old man was itching with anger. But because it involved the interests of his nephew, he couldn't care about anything else and still tried to argue. My nephew did rank a bit low, but he is not the last in the consumption of Foundation establishment pills. There are still 2 other people, right? Junior Brother is right. There are indeed 2 other people who ranked behind your nephew during the test, but the situation of these 2 people is special. Only Junior Brother's nephew has to give way to them. The middle-aged man said with a tone of regret. What's so special about them? If my nephew's Foundation establishment pill is taken away, shouldn't it be given to someone else? The old man persisted, unwilling to give up. These 2 people are indeed special. Skipping over them and selecting Junior Brother's nephew directly was also my approval. As for the reasons, if junior brother doesn't ask, I will still explain it to you. Master Zhang Lingdao frowned slightly and hinted to the person on the left to speak. Yes, master brother. A middle-aged man in pale green stood up and said lightly, This person is not very young, about 18 or 19 years old. He is at the initial stage of the 9th layer of the basic wood attribute technique, and his spiritual root attribute lacks gold, making him a pseudo-spiritual root. From an overall perspective, this person should have low talent, but he must have had some adventures and worked hard. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached his current level. If he doesn't have any other opportunities, he can basically only practice to the 11th or 12th layer of the basic technique in his lifetime, and may not be able to enter the foundation establishment stage. Even if he takes a foundation establishment pill, the probability of success is only 1 in 100. Good. Before the middle-aged man Wang Shidi finished speaking, the old man interrupted loudly. What's good? Junior brother couldn't help asking. Others also looked at the middle-aged man with doubts. Only Master Zhang Lingdao frowned slightly, guessing something in his heart. Please rest assured, Master Brother. If the newcomer voluntarily gives up taking the foundation establishment pill, it doesn't count as us breaking our promise. The middle-aged man said. Of course, but no one is allowed to use threats and coercion to do this. Otherwise, the reputation of our Huangfeng Valley will be ruined. Master Zhang Lingdao reminded lightly. He, Master Brother, please rest assured, of course not. The middle-aged man smiled slightly and then turned his head to the old man and said, Junior Brother Yi, if you don't mind spending a little, why not buy his foundation establishment pill? You know, with his talent being so low, the probability of success in foundation establishment is pitifully small. He should have a great chance of giving up the foundation establishment pill in exchange for something more practical. The middle-aged man looked confident. Yes, Brother Wu has a great idea. The old man named Yi's eyes lit up with excitement. Then he turned his head, looking expectantly at Master Zhongling, and said, Senior Brother, can you let me meet the owner of the Ascension token? I want to negotiate with him to voluntarily give up the foundation establishment pill. After pondering for a moment, Master Zhongling nodded in agreement. However, he reiterated to the old man not to use any unscrupulous means to force the transaction, before letting the disciple named Wang take him to meet the unexpected guest. The old man and Wang left the main hall and immediately soared into the air on a leaf-shaped magical device, flying towards the reception building of the Yellow Maple Valley. Meanwhile, in a room in the reception building of the Yellow Maple Valley, a young man lay on the bed staring at the ceiling in a daze. He was Han Li, the winner who came to the Yellow Maple Valley along with the Ascension Conference. After Han Li killed the 2 cultivators who ambushed him, he proceeded without further incident to a secluded mountain in Lanzhou, where he participated in the Ascension Conference held shortly afterward. He witnessed the fierce competition on the arena stage, which was even more brutal than what Aunt Hupping described. After a life-and-death battle, the final winners emerged from each arena. At this time, the guides of the 7 immortal sects finally appeared, and the guide of the Yellow Maple Valley was Wang, the disciple. After seeing the guide of the Yellow Maple Valley, Han Li, after careful consideration, decided to take the risk and handed over the Ascension token for inspection, which surprised the other party. At that time, the other party expressed that they could take Han Li back to the sect. As for how to deal with him and the Ascension token, it would be decided by their sect leader. After all, the last time an Ascension token was retrieved was 400 to 500 years ago. Naturally, Han Li did not object. Otherwise, it would have been quite arduous for him to find the sect entrance of the Yellow Maple Valley by himself. So, under the astonished gazes of other cultivators, Han Li, along with 10 other winners, was taken back to the Yellow Maple Valley by the guide Wang, and was arranged to wait here for a response. As for the other 10 people, they were separated and taken elsewhere. Han Li waited here for 3 or 4 days, never leaving the room, except for a young servant who delivered meals punctually every day. He never saw anyone else. This was not because Han Li was obedient. It was because the guide named Wang, after arranging for him to stay and testing his attributes, explicitly told him that because he was not yet a disciple of the Yellow Maple Valley, the room was under a prohibition spell, and he couldn't leave temporarily. Otherwise, it would trigger the prohibition spell and trap him. Hearing Wang's explanation, Han Li naturally wouldn't seek trouble for himself. Moreover, after knowing that he had a pseudo-spirit root with 4 attributes, Han Li's mood was also not very good for a while. Although Han Li had long been aware of his poor aptitude for cultivation, hearing it with his own ears still left him feeling disheartened for a whole day. It seemed that if he wanted to make progress in the path of cultivation, he could only rely on external forces such as pills. However, after reaching the 9th layer of the longevity arts, Han Li felt that the efficacy of the yellow dragon pill and the golden marrow pill had significantly decreased, and their help to him was not as great as before. It seemed that he had to find several other medicinal formulas to prepare some pills truly suitable for cultivators, so as not to delay his cultivation progress. Han Li was lost in thought when footsteps suddenly came from outside the door, and it sounded like more than one person. Han Li's spirits lifted, thinking that after waiting for many days, he finally received the news he had been waiting for. "Young friend, are you comfortable living here?" The door was gently pushed open, and then came the voice of Wang, the guide, followed by a red-faced old man. "Master Wang, I'm fine." Han Li immediately jumped off the bed and respectfully saluted. He knew that showing humility had only benefits and no harm. "Who is this?" Han Li glanced at the old man, feeling puzzled. "This is my senior brother, surnamed Yi." Wang smiled slightly and briefly explained. Yi, Han Li was surprised. Did the matter of him killing someone and taking the token from Senior Jin Guang leak out, and now someone from the Yi family has come looking for him? But looking at the old man's expression, although it didn't look good, It didn't seem like he was gnashing his teeth in anger. It seemed there was another reason behind it. Han Li thought to himself, but on the surface, he couldn't see any abnormalities, so he immediately echoed with the same respectful tone, "So you're Senior Yi." After giving Han Li a thorough look, Yi felt that Han Li was extremely ordinary, without any extraordinary features, which gave him even more confidence in the purpose of his visit this time. So upon hearing Han Li's greeting, he also became more amiable and said with a smile, "Hee. Han Jr., no need to be so polite. Since you possess the Ascension token and have come to our Yellow Maple Valley, you are already a disciple of our sect. So you can call me Senior Uncle Yi. No need to be so formal." Han Li felt much more relaxed after hearing Yi's words, but he also felt a bit puzzled. Since the other party spoke so politely, it seemed that they were not here for revenge. However, the extent of this politeness seemed a bit excessive. What did it mean by not an outsider? Han Li couldn't figure it out. "Han Jr., what Senior Uncle Yi said is correct. The sect leader has agreed to let you join our sect and has also handed over a foundation establishment pill for you. It's already prepared for you." Wang smiled and said. Really? Even though Han Li was usually calm and composed, hearing this news made him unable to contain his excitement. He couldn't help but dance a little to vent his excitement. Seeing Han Li's appearance, Wang smiled, not feeling too surprised. It seemed that Han Li's behavior was already within his expectations. "Wang Jr., I want to talk to Han Jr. alone. Could you please leave?" He couldn't help feeling impatient, finally saying what he wanted to say as soon as he entered the room. "Of course, you can leave first, Junior Brother. After Senior Brother and Han Jr. finish talking, we'll go together." Wang sighed inwardly, glanced at Han Li lightly, and said faintly, then left the room. So now there were only Yi, the old man, and Han Li in the room. Han Li looked at everything that had happened in front of him in amazement. How could this Wang leave as soon as he said so? And why did this guy who claimed to be Senior Uncle Yi want to talk to him alone? Although Han Li didn't know what Senior Uncle Yi wanted to do, he faintly had a bad feeling. Yi also noticed Han Li's unease, but he didn't care at all. He believed that what he could offer would surely broaden the horizons of this young man who had not seen much of the world, and make this transaction go smoothly. "Han Jr., I'm straightforward, so I won't beat around the bush. Let me make it clear. I want to discuss something with you related to the foundation establishment pill you're about to receive. I want to buy this foundation establishment pill from you. What do you think?" Yi said straightforwardly. To actually want to buy the foundation establishment pill allocated to him. Did he hear it wrong? Who would give away a foundation establishment pill to someone else? Han Li was stunned when he heard this, but then his face changed drastically, becoming very unpleasant. "Han Jr., rest assured, I won't ask you to give up the foundation establishment pill for nothing. I can offer 7 or 8 pieces of mid-grade spirit stones, some low-grade and intermediate-grade spiritual talismans, and a few high-quality magical tools. I can also offer some pills to enhance spiritual power. Although they can't compare to the Foundation establishment pill, they are rare treasures within the sect. As long as Han Jr. agrees, all of these can be used to exchange for the Foundation establishment pill. Yi naturally saw through Han Li's change in expression and quickly explained. After hearing this, Han Li's complexion improved a lot. He felt the sincerity in the other party's words, as if this senior uncle Yi didn't have the intention of forcibly taking his Foundation establishment pill. Instead, he really wanted to buy it. However, even though I haven't seen the Foundation establishment pill with my own eyes, I still understand its value and importance very well. Han Li thought to himself with a cold smile, but his face still returned to a respectful expression, as if he were seriously listening to the other party's words. The old man surnamed Yi was very satisfied with Han Li's performance. After all, this future nephew didn't immediately refuse when he mentioned exchanging the Foundation establishment pill, indicating that there was still room for negotiation. From the beginning, he had no intention of actually being able to obtain the Foundation establishment pill with what he had just said. Because as long as one wasn't a fool, no one would exchange such a precious item for such a cheap price. His previous words were just testing the waters. But now, seeing the attitude of the other party, it seemed that there was indeed room for negotiation, which made him feel very pleased. As long as the other party agreed to exchange, the old man was confident that he could satisfy the other party's requirements and obtain the Foundation establishment pill. Thinking of this, the smile on the old man's face became even more intense, and he felt that Han Li's appearance seemed much more pleasing now. Han Jr., I believe you also know your spiritual root attributes by now. To be honest, with your qualifications, even if you take the Foundation establishment pill, the hope of successfully establishing a foundation is very slim. At most, the Foundation establishment pill can only be used to enhance your spiritual power and raise your basic cultivation level by a few layers. If that's the case, then the Foundation establishment pill would be too wasteful. For Junior Han, it would be better to exchange it for some more practical benefits, which would be more worthwhile. If the old man began to persuade Han Li incessantly from various angles. While Han Li appeared to be sincerely listening to the lengthy discourse of senior Uncle Yi, he had already begun to analyze and ponder in his heart, constantly weighing the pros and cons. To be honest, he also knew very well that even if he took such a Foundation establishment pill, the chances of successfully establishing a foundation were indeed very slim. But Han Li couldn't just give up the opportunity to obtain the Foundation establishment pill like this. After all, even though the chances were low, wasn't there still a slight possibility of success? However, if he didn't give the Foundation establishment pill to the senior Uncle Yi in front of him, then his days in the Yellow Maple Valley would definitely not be easy in the future. Most likely, he would incur the old man's resentment for no reason, and judging by the other party's appearance, it seemed that he had some real power within the Yellow Maple Valley. In that case, the situation would be even worse. Senior Uncle Yi, May I ask for whom this foundation establishment pill is being sought? I'm sure senior uncle doesn't need it. After thinking for a while, Han Li still felt that he should probe the other party's intentions first. Although the old man was interrupted by Han Li's words, he didn't show any displeasure on his face. After hesitating for a moment, he still told Han Li. Since Junior Han asked, there's nothing for Uncle to hide. This foundation establishment pill is being sought for my great-nephew. I hope Junior Han can fulfill this request. Han Li couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this. He couldn't help but think, a great-nephew, that's considered a close relationship. And if it could make this person go to such great lengths and even lower his head to exchange for the foundation establishment pill from a junior like myself, then he must be extremely cherished. If I don't give up the foundation establishment pill, I'll definitely anger this old man for no reason, and my days in the yellow maple valley won't be peaceful. I can only reluctantly agree. As for establishing a foundation, I'll have to figure out another way later. After all, I still have that mysterious little bottle. As long as I have the formula and time, what kind of pill can't I refine? After figuring out the pros and cons, Han Li made up his mind. However, he still needed to make the other party pay a hefty price. Therefore, he put on a look of distress, appearing very reluctant as he said to the old man, "Since Senior Uncle Yi has said so, then Junior can't refuse. But as a matter of fact, this foundation establishment pill is extremely important to Junior. Even if Junior's qualifications are a bit lacking, there's still a glimmer of hope, right? But if Junior were to give up this chance to establish a foundation, then Junior's life will truly have no connection to the Tao." The old man heard Han Li's words and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He thought to himself, with your qualifications, you still dare to consider matters related to the Tao, truly overestimating yourself. But on the surface, the old man continued to persuade Han Li from various angles, making many empty promises and continuing to pressure him to agree to exchange the foundation establishment pill. After listening to these empty words, Han Li sneered inwardly a few times. However, he continued to speak more and more weakly, letting the old man become more energetic and offering higher and higher prices. "Junior, if you're willing to give up the foundation establishment pill, the various miscellaneous tasks that disciples of the valley must perform each month, Uncle can let you choose freely." The old man saw that Han Li was already on the verge of agreeing, so he finally used his trump card. Miscellaneous tasks. Han Li was truly stunned this time. "Yes, you should know that the low-level disciples of our Yellow Maple Valley must complete certain tasks every month. For example, supervising miners in several mining areas, serving as attendant disciples at the valley's market, taking care of the spiritual birds and beasts in the valley, and planting some spiritual root herbs, etc. Then, depending on the specific completion of the tasks, the valley will distribute some low-grade spirit stones to these disciples each month as a reward. As for me, I'm specifically responsible for assigning such tasks within the valley. So, if you like any type of work, it's just a matter of saying it. The old man straightened his chest and appeared to have some power in his hands. When Han Li heard this, he couldn't help but be speechless. It seemed that no matter where he went, there would always be people abusing their power. Even within a major sect like the Yellow Maple Valley, it was no exception. However, when the other party mentioned the work of planting exotic herbs, Han Li's heart moved. He felt that this job was simply tailor-made for him. Moreover, the other party had already promised quite a few benefits. If he continued to procrastinate, he would probably give the other party the impression of being too greedy. It was better to take what was good and accept it. Thinking of this, Han Li pretended to be moved and said with a very distressed expression to the old man, "Since Senior Uncle Yi has said so, then Junior really can't refuse anymore. As long as Senior Uncle can really fulfill the conditions mentioned just now, then Junior will give this foundation establishment pill to your great-nephew. I hope you're great." A foundation. When the old man heard this, he was overjoyed, repeatedly promising with great enthusiasm, "Junior, rest assured, what Uncle said is absolutely trustworthy. When we meet the sect master later, the things we discussed openly can be told to others, but the things I promised secretly should not be mentioned." After completing the transaction with Han Li, the old man surnamed Yi, along with Han Li, flew towards the main hall of the Yellow Maple Valley to report to the sect leader, Master Zhang Ling. Shortly after, Han Li stood in front of the huge stone hall, curiously observing the several Yellow Maple Valley disciples guarding the entrance. These disciples had much deeper cultivation bases than Han Li, with at least 10 layers of foundational cultivation techniques. This sight left Han Li somewhat amazed, further elevating his perception of the strength of cultivators in this sect. When the old man surnamed Yi and Han Li arrived, the former instructed Han Li to wait outside the hall for Master Zhang's summons while he went in alone. This left Han Li in an awkward situation, standing alone outside the hall, feeling somewhat resentful. Fortunately, after a while, a middle-aged man in white robes emerged from inside the hall. He walked directly up to Han Li and coldly said, "Follow me. The master summons you." Without waiting for Han Li's response, he turned and walked away. Han Li inwardly sighed but followed obediently, realizing his status as a 9th-level qi condensation cultivator was not highly regarded here. Although he felt dissatisfied with the man's attitude, Han Li knew his position in this place and obediently followed him into the hall. Passing through 3 gates guarded by disciples, Han Li finally saw Master Zhang Ling, a middle-aged man with 3 strands of long beard. On both sides of the hall, there were over a dozen people dressed in various attire. When Han Li entered, they glanced at him briefly, but seeing nothing particularly noteworthy about him, they lost interest and looked away. The old man surnamed Yi and another disciple named Wang were among them. "You must be Han Li," Master Zhang Ling asked calmly. "Yes, Master Zhang. I am Han Li, paying respects to the master." Han Li respectfully stepped forward, intending to bow. no need for formalities. Since you've come with the ascension token, this master will adhere to the rules set by our predecessors and accept you as a disciple, Master Zhang Ling said with a smile, waving his sleeve lightly. As Han Li was about to bow, he felt a gentle force lifting him up, preventing him from continuing. This surprised him and added a touch of reverence for the master. According to the rules, besides joining our sect, you also qualify to take the Foundation Establishment Pill. However, I heard from Senior Uncle Yi that you've given up this pill and handed it over to someone else. Is that true? Master Zhongling got straight to the point without much preamble, stating the purpose of summoning Han Li into the hall. Yes, Master. The disciple felt that his aptitude was inferior, and taking such a precious pill would be too extravagant. It's better to give it to other senior brothers who need it more. Han Li replied, feeling a twinge of regret in his heart. Giving up a Foundation Establishment pill was no small matter. Although he felt reluctant, Han Li maintained a respectful and obedient demeanor, which satisfied most people in the hall. Very well. It's heartening to see such magnanimity from you, Han Li. However, you need not worry. This master won't let you make such a sacrifice in vain. After speaking, Master Zhongling turned to the old man surnamed Yi. Elder Yi, Han Li has given up the Foundation Establishment pill for someone else's use, but you must compensate him adequately. He must be satisfied with the arrangement. Master Zhongling solemnly instructed. Of course, Master. I will ensure that Han Shij is satisfied. The old man was delighted to see things unfolding as he had imagined and readily agreed. Seeing the old man's jubilant demeanor, Master Zhang Ling smiled faintly and flicked his beard. Resolving this issue so smoothly was a relief to him. The matter of the Foundation Establishment pill is settled. From today onwards, Han Li is a disciple of our sect. Wang Shidi, arrange Han Shij's accommodation and explain the sect's rules to him. Let him start his cultivation under the guidance of the senior disciples. If he shows outstanding performance, he will be promoted separately. Master Zhang Ling issued instructions to Wang Shidi. Yes, Master. Wang Shidi stood up and acknowledged the order. With that, Wang Shidi immediately led Han Li out of the hall, beginning to explain the rules of the Yellow Maple Valley and some common knowledge. Han Li listened attentively, gaining a preliminary understanding of the sect. The Yellow Maple Valley had over 10,000 disciples, with over 90% in the Qi condensation stage and only a few hundred in the Foundation Establishment stage. These Foundation Establishment disciples formed the backbone of the sect. Above them were the nascent soul cultivators, with only a handful in the sect. They usually secluded themselves and rarely intervened in sect affairs unless it was a matter of life and death for the sect. The only Yuan Wying cultivator in the sect was Master Zhang Ling's senior uncle, who was said to be over 900 years old, possessing profound cultivation and extraordinary abilities. However, he had long left the sect and wandered other countries, with no one knowing when he would return. The disciples were divided into 3 tiers based on their cultivation and achievements. The lowest tier consisted of those who hadn't taken the foundation establishment pill, mostly performing menial tasks. Above them were those who had taken the pill but hadn't reached the foundation establishment stage, responsible for supervising and managing the lower tier. The highest tier comprised those who had reached the foundation establishment stage and above, enjoying better treatment and resources for cultivation. Additionally, there were various managers who voluntarily gave up cultivation after reaching the foundation establishment stage. They were responsible for managing the sect's affairs and were considered the true decision-makers in the sect. In reality, Master Zhang Ling, the sect leader, was also a high-ranking manager responsible for overall planning, overseeing other managers' work. Ultimately, the fate of the sect rested in the hands of nascent soul cultivators and above. Their presence deterred external threats, allowing the Yellow Maple Valley to stand tall as one of the 7 major sects. Senior Wang led Han Li, stepping on a leaf-shaped artifact, flying for a couple of hours, and landed on a lush mountain peak, descending into a dense cluster of flat houses. These simple stone houses were incredibly crude, and the entire settlement seemed deserted as if they were all empty rooms, which puzzled Han Li. Don't be surprised, these houses are indeed all empty. This place was originally for newly entered junior disciples to live in. They will move out to find another place when their cultivation improves slightly. And now is the time for the 10-year rotation. The new disciples have not yet entered, so they are temporarily empty, Senior Wang explained lightly, seeing Han Li's confusion. This made Han Li suddenly realize. Senior Wang led Han Li through the winding paths among the houses until they stopped in front of a house much larger than the ordinary stone houses. Without explaining anything to Han Li, he shouted loudly, "Junior Lin, open the door. I've brought a new disciple to collect things." As soon as Senior Wang's voice fell, the door of the house swished open automatically. Seeing this, Senior Wang led the way in without hesitation. After a moment of hesitation, Han Li followed him into the house. Inside the house, it seemed even larger than what Han Li had seen from the outside, which surprised him. The interior was chaotic, with various odds and ends scattered around, piles of clothes, and some weapons such as swords, all of which emitted spiritual fluctuations indicating they were well-crafted magical tools. In addition to these items, there were also some everyday tools like shovels and hammers, all brimming with spiritual energy, turned into similar magical items, broadening Han Li's horizons. He wondered what magical effects these tools had when used. In the center of the room, there was a square table, and behind it sat a gray-clothed elder. The elder paid no attention to Han Li and Senior Wang, but concentrated on carving a piece of palm-sized yellow wood with a shiny little knife. Seeing this, Senior Wang frowned slightly, but then his expression returned to normal. Without disturbing the elder's work, he pulled a chair from a corner of the room and sat down opposite the elder, quietly waiting for the carving to be completed. Seeing this scene, Han Li blinked and stood silently behind Senior Wang, waiting respectfully. The gray-clothed elder carved swiftly, and wood shavings fell from his fingers. In just the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, a lifelike little monkey appeared in his palm. Junior Lin's carving skills have improved a lot since I last saw them. Senior Wang smiled and praised. It's nothing, just killing time when I have nothing else to do. But why did Senior Wang come to my humble abode? The gray-clothed elder said casually, but his eyes had already glanced at Han Li, seemingly guessing something about the two visitors. It's nothing major. Just here to collect some personal items for the new disciples of the Ascension ceremony, and to equip this Han nephew with some things, Senior Wang said with a smile. All the new disciples for the Ascension ceremony have already received their items, haven't they? Why is there another one? And with such poor aptitude? Has our sect master's discernment become so low that even such mediocre talent is recruited into the sect? The elder spoke disdainfully in front of Han Li, criticizing him harshly, and from his tone, he didn't seem to show much respect for the sect master either. Han Li felt extremely embarrassed to hear this, while Senior Wang was caught in a dilemma. He knew that because of what happened years ago, this Junior Lin had always held a grudge against the current sect master. But in front of Han Li, how could he easily engage in conversation with this Junior Lin? So, he could only clear his throat a few times and change the subject. Junior, this Han nephew is here with the Ascension Order to join our Yellow Maple Valley. It's a special case to accept him, so his aptitude isn't important. The key is that our sect must keep its promise. Ascension Order. The gray-clothed elder was greatly surprised and looked at Han Li again with astonishment. So this kid has a great opportunity. He can even take a foundation establishment pill. The elder revealed a look of amazement, as if saying, "Kid, you're really lucky." Theoretically, yes. But Han nephew made a deal with Senior Yi and voluntarily gave up the foundation establishment pill, Senior Wang said with a smile. Gave up the foundation establishment pill. The elder was initially taken aback, but for some reason he then looked gloomy. After a moment of silence, he unexpectedly spoke words that surprised Han Li. It's good to be able to give up. The most important thing for a person is to have self-awareness. To understand the principle of choice at such a young age is much better than me. The elder's expression was extremely lonely, and his previously indifferent eyes towards Han Li softened a bit. However, after hearing the elder's words, Han Li felt somewhat puzzled and disapproving. What does it mean to have self-awareness? It's just that one is forced to do so reluctantly and with a heavy heart to offer the foundation establishment pill. Otherwise, who would be willing to give it up? Han Li didn't express his inner complaints, but the elder suddenly became stern, stood up abruptly, and began to scratch the empty space around with both hands. Objects began to appear in his hands, and more items appeared, leaving Han Li dumbfounded. A yellow silk shirt, a green leaf artifact, a set of refined daily tools, a blaze sun sword, a cold moon blade, and a 10-fold storage bag. The elder recited coldly, placing the items on the table. "The items are all here, little guy. Take them away. As for Senior Wang, he's a busy man, so I won't keep him any longer. I won't see him off." After speaking, the elder took out a piece of wood from his sleeve and started carving again, ignoring the two visitors. Seeing this, Senior Wang sighed, said nothing more, let Han Li pick up the items, and then left the house. Just as they stepped out of the stone house, the door slammed shut automatically. Senior Wang looked at the tightly closed door, shook his head gently, and prepared to leave with Han Li. You don't need to carry so many things in your arms. Put them in the storage bag." Senior Wang turned around and saw Han Li standing dumbfoundedly beside him, holding a pile of things, looking silly, which amused him. He reminded him kindly. After hearing the words, Han Li finally realized and awkwardly put the pile of things on the ground, searching inside for a black cloth bag. Is this the so-called tenfold storage bag? Han Li felt puzzled. He picked up the bag and looked at the narrow mouth of the bag, then looked at the enormous swords and other items. For a moment, he hesitated, not knowing how to fit them into the bag. "You're using a storage bag for the first time. Let me demonstrate." Senior Wang was quite friendly, noticing Han Li's confusion, so he took the bag from him. "Just align the opening of the bag with the items you want to put in. Then inject some spiritual power into the bag to lock the items, and they will be automatically sucked in." Senior Wang explained while demonstrating. He turned the cloth bag opening downward, and with a slight flash of white light in his hand, a white mist sprayed from the bag, covering all the items on the ground. Those items immediately shrank rapidly in the white light, and after shrinking to a certain extent, were sucked into the bag. This amazed Han Li. The method for retrieving items is the same, but you need to lock the items you want to retrieve with spiritual power beforehand. Senior Wang handed the bag back to Han Li. "But there are several taboos in using storage bags. Han nephew, you must remember them." Senior Wang said earnestly, clasping his hands behind his back. Han Li nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice. "First, storage bags have a certain capacity and restriction on the number of items they can shrink. If oversized items or too many items are sucked in, the storage bag will malfunction and cannot hold other items. Second, living creatures cannot be placed in storage bags. If living creatures are put in, they will undoubtedly die. As for the last point, it's even more important to remember. Low-grade storage bags do not have the function of recognizing the owner. Whoever grabs your storage bag can take the items inside it as their own. So don't easily reveal your storage bag in front of other cultivators. Keep it safe yourself, otherwise, you'll easily provoke disaster." After hearing these words, Han Li naturally kept them in mind. "Now that you've collected everything, come with me to meet the transmission disciples," Senior Wang said, leading Han Li once again on the leaf-shaped artifact. This time, the distance they flew was even shorter, and in the blink of an eye, they landed near the foot of a mountain. There stood a huge stone building, with a stone plaque in front bearing the 3 golden characters transmission pavilion. Nearby, there were some young disciples coming and going, making it quite lively. Senior Wang didn't say anything this time. He took the lead and walked in, with Han Li following closely behind. Some disciples obviously recognized Senior Wang and greeted him respectfully, to which Senior Wang responded with a nod and a smile. It seemed that he was quite popular in Yellow Maple Valley. Inside the stone building, Han Li was surprised to find that the back half of the transmission pavilion extended into the mountain, making it extremely spacious. As soon as they entered, they were greeted by a row of stone doors, with disciples entering and exiting through these doors. Just as Han Li was about to take a closer look, Senior Wang pushed open the 3rd door on the right with his right hand and walked in without hesitation. This made Han Li hesitate, unsure whether to follow him. "Come in." Senior Wang didn't keep Han Li waiting long, appearing at the door again after a while and beckoning Han Li to come in. There were not many people inside, only a disciple in his 30s wearing blue clothes, standing respectfully beside Senior Wang. When he saw Han Li enter, he smiled kindly at him. "This is Wu Feng, who is responsible for the cultivation techniques for new disciples. If you have any questions about cultivation in the future, you can consult him. When it comes to mastering basic cultivation techniques, Wu Feng can easily rank among the top 10 in the younger generation." Senior Wang's words showed his high regard for this person. "Please, Senior Wu, I look forward to your guidance in the future," Han Li said respectfully. He knew very well that this person would be his cultivation mentor for some time to come, so he couldn't afford to be negligent. Senior Wang is too kind. I'm just superficially familiar with low-level cultivation techniques. I can spar and discuss insights with Junior Han here," Wu Feng said modestly. "Wu nephew, I know how skilled you are in cultivation techniques. There's no need to be so modest. I'm entrusting Junior Han's cultivation matters to you. I just brought him here for you two to get acquainted, and then I'll take him to other places to say hello. I won't stay here long," Senior Wang said straightforwardly, and after saying these words, he left the room with Han Li amidst Wu Feng's respectful farewell. For the next period of time, Senior Wang dutifully took Han Li to several other necessary places, introduced him to several steward disciples, and explained some daily precautions. Finally, he brought him back to the group of stone houses where the gray-clothed elder was, and let him choose a stone room to stay in before leaving him alone. Standing in front of the stone house he had chosen, Han Li looked around at the simple dwelling with a wry smile. By now, he knew that once a disciple mastered the basic cultivation techniques to the 10th level, they could leave here and move to a place called Xuan Kun Mountain. There, the disciples had much more freedom. Not only could they freely establish their own residences on the mountain, but there were also no restrictions on the type or size of the houses, which made Han Li quite eager. However, even though his cultivation techniques were not yet at the 10th level, Han Li had no intention of staying in this stone house for long. With a light laugh, he took out a leaf-shaped artifact from his storage bag. After injecting spiritual power into the artifact and tossing it into the air, he jumped onto it. At first, Han Li was unfamiliar with the artifact, flying unsteadily, but soon he got the hang of it and could fly gracefully with his hands behind his back, just like Senior Wang. Although the leaf-shaped artifact was easy to use and control, its speed was not very fast, just a little faster than a normal horse. It wasn't surprising that every disciple in the valley had one. Although it wasn't as good as expected, it was still Han Li's first time flying in the air, so he played around happily for a while. Ha ha! Amidst laughter, Han Li, who had satisfied his desire to fly, finally drove the artifact to fly to a certain place. Along the way, he passed by several other disciples who were also flying. Perhaps because Han Li's face was too unfamiliar, these people all looked at him curiously, but when they saw that he was only at the 9th level of cultivation, they all disdainfully left. Han Li noticed their actions, showing no expression on his face, but couldn't help sneering in his heart. It seemed that these so-called cultivators of the major sects were no different from ordinary people in the secular world, equally superficial and snobbish. As Han Li was thinking, he arrived at a large group of buildings, then landed in front of a hall labeled 100 Machinery Hall and strode in. Inside the hall, a middle-aged steward-looking man was somewhat surprised to see Han Li enter and couldn't help asking, "Junior Han, why are you back so soon? Where's Senior Wang?" This was the place where Senior Wang had hurriedly brought Han Li to visit earlier. This steward had just met Han Li, so he was greatly surprised to see him back at this place so soon. "Steward Yu, I heard that this is the place to receive miscellaneous tasks, right?" Han Li didn't immediately answer the steward's question, but smiled and asked. "Yes, it is. Does Junior Han want to receive tasks so soon? According to the rules, new disciples can familiarize themselves with the situation inside the sect for a month before taking on tasks. There's no need to rush," the steward said in surprise. "It's okay. I just want to find something to do now. Is there a shortage of people for planting-related tasks?" Han Li smiled faintly. "That's not easy to handle. When all disciples come to receive tasks, they are assigned tasks directly without choosing. Only if one can prove that they have a certain expertise in a certain area can they be accommodated," the steward said helplessly. Han Li frowned upon hearing this. Did he really have to go to that Senior Yi to get a task? "It's all right for planting-related tasks. Let Junior Han choose freely." A somewhat familiar voice came from behind, surprising Han Li. He turned around and saw that the elderly man surnamed Yi was standing behind him, smiling at him. "Master, you're back." The middle-aged steward immediately bowed respectfully when he saw the old man, showing great respect. "I'm back," the old man said nonchalantly. "Senior Yi." Han Li also hurriedly paid his respects. Junior Han is back so soon. I was just thinking of instructing my subordinates to let you choose tasks freely when I came back." The old man seemed to be in a good mood, half jokingly. Concern, Master. I just came here to take a look and see if I can find a suitable task without troubling Master. Han Li seemed a bit shy. I'm in charge here. There's no trouble at all. Steward you, bring out all the planting-related tasks, and let Junior Han choose until he's satisfied. The old man waved his hand generously, indicating that the steward should act according to his orders. Steward Yu was dumbfounded by these words and gave Han Li a deep look before hurrying off to fetch the bamboo slips recording the miscellaneous tasks. He couldn't help but speculate about the relationship between Han Li and his superior. The planting-related tasks assigned from above are all here. Junior Han, take a look. Steward Yu quickly returned with a bundle of green jade-colored bamboo slips. Han Li thanked him and took the bamboo slips to look through them carefully. Take care of 13 5-flower trees and deliver 200 fruits annually. Care for a 300-year-old fire cloud ginseng, ensuring its spiritual nature remains intact. Plant an acre of moon plum grass and deliver 100 caddies of dried grass per season. Take care of a patch of yellow jade bamboo forest. The tasks related to planting were quite diverse, but some of the earlier ones didn't catch Han Li's eye. It wasn't until he flipped through the middle that he found a task that greatly satisfied him. Take over the Bayao Garden in Qingxi Ridge and submit the prescribed amount of rare medicinal materials annually. Seeing these golden words on the bamboo slip, Han Li was greatly delighted. He pointed to the bamboo slip and looked up at Steward Yu, saying, I'm quite interested in this task. Could senior brother introduce it to me? Upon hearing Han Li's words, Steward Yu smiled and approached. But when he saw the task Han Li had chosen clearly, the smile on his face immediately turned into a bitter one. Junior brother, it's better to choose another task. Taking over the garden is too difficult, not suitable for you. Steward Yu said sincerely. Seeing Han Li's puzzled expression, he continued to explain. This task has been posted here for several years, and many disciples have taken it on, but they all messed it up. Not only did they not get rewards, but they also got fined a lot of spirit stones. It can be said to be one of the most difficult tasks here. And don't laugh at me, I have to make senior brothers draw lots every year to assign this task. After hearing this, Han Li found it somewhat amusing, but also began to wonder. However, he had no intention of giving up just yet, so he humbly asked for advice. Senior brother, could you please tell me what makes this task so difficult and why so many senior brothers have failed? Isn't it just managing the herbs in the garden? Is that really so hard? Is Junior Han choosing Master Ma's garden task? A familiar voice suddenly interrupted from behind. As a surname, ye elderly man listened to their conversation and jumped in before Steward Yu could respond. Exactly. Junior Han has set his sights on Master Ma's incredibly difficult task, Steward Yu said with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, the elderly man also chuckled. Ha ha, Junior Han sure knows how to pick. He's picked the most troublesome task here at first glance. But this task is indeed quite troublesome. Several disciples have been forced to take on this task and have complained to me about it. But because Master Ma refuses to change the reward and penalty conditions, I have no choice. If Junior Han wants to know the details of this task, he can come with me to the inner hall to see the relevant records. It's better than others just telling you with their mouths. The Yi Patriarch of the 100 Machinery Hall seemed very generous towards Han Li for some reason, opening the door for him in many ways. Han Li inwardly frowned at this, finding the Yi Patriarch's enthusiasm a bit excessive. Although he had traded the Foundation establishment pill with him, it appeared to be an equal transaction on the surface, so there was no need for the Patriarch to be so affectionate towards him. Suppressing his doubts, Han Li pretended to be pleasantly surprised and followed the elderly man into a room behind the main hall, where various scrolls were piled up. The elderly man in the room waved the bamboo slip lightly, and a scroll flew into his hand with a flash of green light. He then handed the scroll to Han Li. Since things had reached this point, Han Li didn't hesitate to take the scroll and quickly read through its contents. The scroll was not long, only recording the self-narrated experiences of the previous disciples who had taken over the garden, as well as their reasons for failure. So Han Li quickly understood the content and difficulty of this task. How about it? Would you like to choose another task? Although the rewards for this task are generous, it's indeed not something ordinary disciples can accomplish, the elderly man said, seemingly concerned. After hearing this, Han Li pondered for a moment before decisively shaking his head and saying. The elderly man heard Han Li's resolute words and felt somewhat surprised, but didn't say anything further, nodding in agreement. However, instead of immediately leaving the room, he hesitated for a moment and then awkwardly said something. Junior Han, regarding the items from our last transaction, can we postpone the delivery of some of them? I'm about to refine a batch of qi refining pills, and I'm a bit tight on resources at the moment. But rest assured, I'll repay all the owed items in full within a year or so. Han Li was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, but quickly smiled. Patriarch Yi, what are you talking about? Since you're inconvenienced, just give whatever you can. There's no need to mention repaying later. Consider it my respect to you as a junior. Han Li felt extremely hypocritical at the moment. Although he was deeply resentful and furious about the breach of contract, he had to maintain a smiling face and say things that would please the other party. This was probably the sorrow of being weak, he thought bitterly. What do you mean? Do you think I'm the kind of person who goes back on my word and breaks my promises? I will never shortchange you, Junior Han, not even by a bit, the elderly man said firmly, his expression showing that he was an upright and trustworthy person. Han Li, who had been barely maintaining his smile, almost collapsed upon hearing this. This elder's thick skin was truly astonishing. Clearly, he intended to retract most of the items, but he still had to put on a facade of being upright and trustworthy. He was a typical hypocrite. Han Li couldn't help but inwardly curse repeatedly. However, he only paused his smile slightly upon hearing these words and continued to speak sincerely, albeit in a manner that he found nauseating. "Patriarch Yi, you misunderstood me. Actually, I think it's a bit extravagant for me, as a newly admitted disciple, to have so many things. So most of the items can be temporarily stored with you. I won't need them for the time being." After hearing Han Li's insincere words, the Yi patriarch's expression softened, and he nodded slightly, saying, "Junior Han's words do make some sense. If new disciples rely too much on external items, it will indeed hinder their cultivation. Then, as you said, let's leave some items with me for safekeeping. If you need them in the future, just come and get them." "Haha, it's nothing. Let's go out." The elderly man's mood seemed to improve. After that, things became much easier. With the help of the Yi patriarch, Han Li smoothly completed all the procedures and received the jade token representing his acceptance of the task. Then, under the enthusiastic guidance of Steward Yu, he set off for the Beiyao Garden in Jinshi Ridge. The Yi patriarch stood at the entrance of the 100 Machinery Hall, watching Han Li's gradually disappearing figure. His expression turned gloomy, and he fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. "Is Brother Yi getting soft-hearted?" A low voice suddenly came from behind him. "It's not about being soft-hearted, but feeling that using such means against a newly admitted disciple seems a bit inappropriate. And I'm worried that this Han fellow might report this matter to the sect head." The Yi patriarch finally turned around and said to the gloomy-faced Brother Wu behind him, "Why worry? This kid hasn't explicitly said he won't take back the items we've arranged to keep with you. He's just temporarily storing them with you. What's there to report?" Brother Wu said confidently. "But I quite admire this kid. To understand the nuances of advance and retreat at such a young age is not simple. If it weren't for his poor aptitude and pseudo-spiritual roots, I would have thought about taking him as my disciple." Brother Wu continued, with a hint of regret on his face. "Indeed, it's fortunate that this person isn't stubborn. Otherwise, we'd have to resort to other methods, which would be more troublesome," the Yi patriarch said slowly. "Anyway, there's nothing to worry about with this kid. He's as insignificant as squashing an ant. But Brother Yi, don't forget about the agreement we made earlier." Brother Wu suddenly changed the subject, his words carrying another meaning. "I won't forget. Half of the newly refined qi refining pills will be yours. I must admit, if it weren't for my nephew needing a large quantity of precious pills for his foundation establishment process, I wouldn't have shamelessly withheld these items from the junior." The Yi patriarch shook his head lightly, showing a sense of shame. Upon hearing this, Brother Wu smiled without saying a word, feeling extremely pleased in his heart. Since Brother Yi has resorted to such despicable means, he has given me something to hold against him. I don't have to worry about him not siding with me in future discussions. Although Han Li was unaware of the conversation between Senior Yi and the old man surnamed Wu after he left, he felt extremely frustrated. Ever since his encounter with Dr. Mo, facing a situation where he knew there was a big pit ahead, but still had to jump into it was truly unprecedented for him. This made Han Li extremely annoyed, but it also strengthened his belief that the world of cultivation was a jungle where the strong preyed on the weak. I'll go back to him if I need to. Thinking of this, Han Li sneered. He would definitely let Senior Yi know that his things weren't so easy to take. Standing on the ground, Han Li looked into the distance. By now, the steward had returned to 100 Mechanisms Hall because not far ahead was the medicinal garden, a small basin between two hills. It was also guarded by some small-scale restrictions set by the owner of the garden to prevent outsiders from intruding. Han Li walked a short distance and touched the nearby restriction, which blocked his path with a white light. However, he remained calm, raised a jade card, and shone it forward. Instantly, a green light shot out from the card and flew into the restriction. Then Han Li patiently waited. "Come in," a dry voice came from inside, sounding as if it were ringing in Han Li's ears. Then the restriction in front of Han Li disappeared as if melting snow and ice. Seeing this scene, Han Li didn't dare to delay and hurried in. Following the path ahead, Han Li stopped in front of a courtyard with a plaque hanging that read medicinal garden. The courtyard was quite large, covering several acres. Before he could enter the courtyard, a strong medicinal fragrance wafted out, invigorating Han Li's spirits. "Why are you standing outside like a fool? Come in quickly, I still have things to do." Han Li was taken aback, but immediately obeyed and walked in. Standing inside, Han Li finally got a clear view of the situation in the garden. Several thatched cottages made of straw and bamboo were located in the center of the garden, surrounded by square plots divided by ditches, neatly arranged. Each plot was lush with many familiar or unfamiliar medicinal herbs, along with some peculiar-looking plants, making the entire garden brimming with vitality. Even Han Li, a cultivator, felt extremely comfortable after taking a deep breath. "Come inside." The owner of the voice, a skinny old man, stood in the cottage, looking displeased at Han Li, who had just entered. From his appearance, the old man looked to be about 50 years old, with two dry yellowish mustaches and a pair of somewhat cloudy eyes darting around. At first glance, he looked like a humanoid rat. "Are you the disciple sent by 100 Mechanisms Hall to manage the garden? You're too young, and your cultivation is so poor. Is that guy surnamed ye just trying to fool me? Why are the people he sends getting worse and worse?" Seeing Han Li's appearance, the old man's face darkened, and he became very irritable. Junior Han Li pays respects to Senior Master Ma. Han Li had long known about the old man's eccentric temperament from the files, so he wasn't surprised and went forward to bow respectfully. "Humph, do you know what punishment awaits if you can't complete the task? Go back now and tell my junior brother ye to send someone else. There's still time." The old man rolled his eyes and said impatiently, "If the scale of the medicinal garden must remain unchanged, and the medicinal herbs cannot be damaged, with a certain amount of herbs to be handed in each month, then the junior has some confidence," Han Li said calmly. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the old man was somewhat surprised. It seemed that he had never encountered a garden manager disciple like Han Li, who was full of confidence from the start. He couldn't help but take another look at Han Li, but the suspicion in his eyes did not diminish at all. "Follow me," the old man suddenly said coldly, then walked out of the cottage, and Han Li followed without hesitation. "How many of these medicinal herbs can you recognize?" The old man pointed to the flowers and plants in the garden, glancing at Han Li sideways. 1/10, Han Li glanced over and said lightly. After hearing Han Li's words, the old man was stunned for a moment, but then sneered. "Young man, if you can really recognize 1/10 of the medicinal herbs, I'll hand over the garden to you to manage without saying another word." With these words from the old man, Han Li smiled faintly and left the old man's side. Night blossom flower, yellow sphere grass, white crane mushroom, moon viewing grass. As Han Li strolled through the garden, he casually called out the names of the medicinal herbs he recognized. At first, the old man looked mocking, but as he listened, his face showed surprise because Han Li actually mentioned many very obscure medicinal herb names, some of which even he had to work hard to understand their effects. This greatly surprised him. That's enough. When Han Li had only mentioned about half of the recognized herbs, the old man stopped him. "Very good, it seems you're not completely bluffing. The management of this medicinal garden is temporarily handed over to you. This is the restriction token for this place, so be careful." The old man showed a satisfied expression on his face and quickly took out a dark green wooden token from his body, throwing it to Han Li. "There are my insights and experiences in cultivating herbs in the room. You should take a good look at them. After all, you're still not familiar with most of the medicinal herbs. Don't let them wither under your care." The old man touched his small beard and admonished. "Ahem, I hope your abilities are as good as your mouth. This way, I can truly be freed from this medicinal garden and no longer delay my cultivation. This medicinal garden is my personal sanctuary, so if you can handle this job well, I won't mistreat you. But let me make it clear in advance, if you can't handle it, you'd better leave early and let someone else take over, understood?" The old man said with both kindness and severity. Han Li, upon hearing the old man's blunt words, not only didn't get angry but instead felt a great fondness. He thought this old man was much better than Senior Yi. At least he wasn't a hypocritical villain. So he quickly nodded in agreement. After giving several instructions on managing the garden, the old man hurriedly tidied up in the cottage, then left the medicinal garden without looking back, flying away. Watching Senior Master Ma leave, Han Li casually chose a cottage to tidy up and made it his own residence. Because he had been busy all day and couldn't rest for a while, even for a cultivator like Han Li, he felt a bit tired, so he climbed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. For him, even if there were major events happening outside, it was not too late to deal with them when he was fully rested, and it was already dark outside. Han Li's first day as a new disciple of Huang Feng Peak ended with some ups and downs. When he woke up refreshed the next day, his cultivation journey truly began. In the following days, Han Li studied the insights and notes left by the old man during the day, and secretly buried the mysterious bottle given to him by Dr. Mo in a corner of the medicinal field at night. He even covered it with the precious fragment of a magic treasure he had obtained at a high price, to conceal its astonishing ability to absorb spiritual energy. In this way, apart from being slightly denser in spiritual energy than other places, there were no other suspicious signs in that corner, and Han Li finally relaxed his guarded heart. As for senior brother Yi, he found Han Li a few days later with the exchange items for the Foundation establishment pill. He handed over the spirit stones and magical treasures, which were not even 1/5 of what was promised originally. As for the matter of the remaining pills, it seemed that senior brother Yi had long forgotten, and Han Li pretended not to know. Nevertheless, even with this, Han Li became overnight rich. He received 2 middle-grade spirit stones, dozens of low-grade spirit stones, 3 well-crafted magical treasures, and some talismans. Han Li encountered intermediate-grade spirit stones for the first time. One was a shiny red fire attribute spirit stone, and the other was a deep yellow earth attribute spirit stone, both of which were the most common types of intermediate-grade spirit stones. Indeed, they looked completely different from the lower-grade spirit stones, with only faint attribute colors. Not to mention their different luster, their powerful spiritual waves alone would never cause any confusion. The 3 magical treasures were also good, crafted by a master during the Foundation establishment stage. Compared to the junk Han Li had seen at the Tai Nan meeting, they were much stronger. One was a seemingly steel-made ring that, when activated, could automatically lock onto enemies and change size within a certain range. Once, Han Li impulsively poured all his mana into it, causing the ring to emit a faint yellow light that expanded to a terrifying extent, enough to engulf the cottage he lived in, leaving Han Li speechless. The other was a small black triangular flag, even simpler to use. By injecting spiritual power into it, then waving it, a cloud of black mist would immediately appear around the flag's owner, blinding enemies in front of them and concealing their own tracks. It was a good defensive magical treasure. The first 2 magical treasures were already rare high-quality items in the outside world. But what excited Han Li the most was the last one, an auxiliary magical treasure, a brass bottle capable of preserving the spiritual power of items stored inside. As soon as Han Li got his hands on this bottle-shaped magical treasure, he immediately thought of a method to store the mysterious green liquid that had been troubling him for a long time. You see, ever since Han Li learned about the existence of spiritual power, he had long suspected that the small bottle absorbed condensed natural spiritual energy every night. However, due to the lack of suitable means to confirm it in the past, this idea could only be buried deep in his heart as a speculation. Now, with the appearance of this brass bottle magical treasure, he finally had a method to confirm this speculation. So that night, He placed the condensed green liquid into the brass bottle, wanting to see if the magical treasure could retain the liquid. However, the result of this test disappointed him greatly. The brass bottle only extended the preservation time of the green liquid from the original 15 minutes to a full day, after which the liquid still disappeared from the bottle without a trace. It seemed that this liquid was not simply the condensation of natural spiritual energy. There must be something more complex mixed in. After completing this test, Han Li was very self-aware, knowing that he couldn't easily solve this mystery at his current stage. So, he decided to stop worrying about it and go with the flow. Anyway, the current function of the small bottle already brought him endless benefits. With his worries resolved, Han Li began to utilize the effect of the green liquid to produce batches of yellow dragon pills and golden marrow pills, intending to consume these highly effective pills while trying to find even more exquisite alternative pill formulas in the valley. However, Han Li was well aware that this matter couldn't be rushed. As a newly recruited junior disciple, if he went around inquiring about pill formulas openly, wouldn't he be telling others that he had ulterior motives? That might bring disaster upon himself. So Han Li decided to honestly cultivate in the medicinal garden for several years, until he thoroughly understood the affairs within the sect and became an old-timer of Huang Feng Valley, attracting less attention from others before considering the issue of pill formulas. As for the medicinal herbs he had to turn in every period, he didn't need to worry anymore. With the help of the diluted green liquid, he could mature any kind of herb overnight, which was a trivial matter. He was prepared to settle down in this medicinal garden for a long time, and he believed Master Ma wouldn't have any objections to that. So, Han Li busied himself with his daily tasks in an orderly manner. After reading the old man's experience notes during the day, he began to frequently visit senior brother Wu Feng's place to learn some practical spell incantations, then return to the medicinal garden to ponder and comprehend by himself. Moreover, Han Li consumed the yellow dragon pills and golden marrow pills like candy every day. Since the quality wasn't good enough, couldn't he make up for it with quantity? These pills, if accumulated, would also be effective. Thus, time flew by unknowingly. Before he knew it, Han Li had been in Huangfeng Valley, one of the 7 major immortal sects, for more than 2 years. During these 2 years, many things happened. Shortly after Han Li started his secluded cultivation, it happened to be the once-in-a-decade event of recruiting new disciples. Over 1,000 teenagers with excellent aptitude from various cultivation, families were recruited into Huangfeng Valley. There were even 2 siblings with the same spirit root, known for their destructive power, the Thunder Spirit root. The appearance of these siblings completely attracted the attention of the high-level figures in the valley. Even a foundation establishment stage elder who had been in seclusion for a long time made an exception to inspect them. After examining their aptitude, he publicly declared that if the 2 could successfully build their foundations, he would personally accept them as disciples and teach them. This declaration caused envy among other disciples. However, apart from these siblings, there were also several outstanding talents among this batch of disciples. For example, a young man named Li from a small family, who, at the age of 11 or 12, had already practiced the basic techniques to the 9th level peak without taking any pills. His progress was astonishing, seemingly not inferior to those with spirit roots. Another boy named Wang, 7 or 8 years old, was even more remarkable. He not only came from the prestigious Wang family of cultivators, but he also possessed the innate mystic yin eyes and could practice the long-lost, soul-chilling divine light, which could restrain all ghosts and spirits in the world. Apart from these two, there were also some other outstanding talents among the new disciples. Compared to the previous recruitments, this time was an extraordinary harvest, making sect master Zhang happy for several days in a row. He even wondered if heaven had finally opened its eyes and intended to let Huangfeng Valley surpass the other sects. However, when news came from outside the valley that the strongest sect among the 7 major sects, the Moon Concealment Sect, had found a heavenly spirit root girl among its new disciples, Sect Master Zhang, who had just been ambitious for a few days, was left speechless for a long time. But regardless of external developments, this group of new disciples completely captured the attention of everyone in Huangfeng Valley. Even those who had joined earlier were discussing which talented junior brother had progressed or made remarkable achievements today. Under the brilliance of so many dazzling newcomers, Han Li, who had only entered with an ascension token, was completely forgotten by Sect Master Zhang and the supervisors in the valley. Moreover, since Han Li spent all his time in the medicinal garden and rarely went out to meet people, those who knew him were even fewer. Perhaps only senior brother Wu Feng and the steward from the 100 Mechanisms Hall occasionally remembered Han Li. After all, they would meet when consulting about spells and receiving spirit stones every month. No matter how others viewed him, Han Li was very satisfied with his current semi-secluded cultivation. And he was even more pleased with the little old man who came every few months to collect certain herbs from him. After all, where else could Master Ma find a gardener disciple like Han Li, who always delivered the required items on time and never delayed? So, in order to keep Han Li, this talented gardener, the little old man's rewards of spirit stones became heavier and heavier each time, from the initial 2 low-grade spirit stones per month to the current 5 per month. This made Han Li a truly high-income junior disciple. You should know that the average income of other ordinary disciples was only 3 spirit stones per month. This increased Han Li's favor towards Master Ma even more. As for the main hall Master Yi, who reneged on most of his items, Han Li heard that his highly anticipated nephew, after taking the Foundation Establishment pill, still failed to build his foundation and remained stuck at the peak of Qi refinement stage, leaving him quite distressed. When Han Li heard about this, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself, feeling much relieved. In addition, due to the strong promotion of countless elixirs, Han Li's longevity art finally broke through 2 layers in a row, reaching the 11th layer, placing him at the intermediate level among the low-level disciples in the valley. At this time, the yellow dragon pills and golden marrow pills had completely lost their effectiveness. Even if he consumed more, there would be no effect at all. As a result, Han Li had to advance his plans and focus on other elixirs. Fortunately, at this time, no one in the valley would be interested in him, an unknown small fry. As long as he was a bit more cautious, his actions would not attract the attention of others anymore. Han Li stood on a stone platform halfway up a mountain called Wujun Mountain. At the end of the broad platform, built with mountain stones, there was a huge cave completely concealed by an array, the Yue Lu Hall. This Yue Lu Hall was where the Yellow Maple Valley stored its magical tools, alchemy recipes, books, and secrets, as well as providing various auxiliary tools for alchemy and refining, and some common materials. It could be said to be one of the most important places within the entire sect. Therefore, it was heavily guarded with layers of prohibitions and arrays, and there were often over 100 disciples patrolling nearby to prevent external enemies from invading. It was even rumored that a nascent soul stage elder usually resided in this hall all year round to prevent the intrusion of other powerful experts. After Han Li reviewed the relevant information in his mind, he calmly walked forward. As soon as he landed here, he felt several vigilant gazes sizing him up in the dark several times, but perhaps because of his mediocre spiritual power, they quickly subsided. However, even so, it surprised Han Li. Since these people could make him unable to sense their positions, it indicated that they either had excellent concealment tools or their spiritual power was indeed above his. They were all elite disciples above the 12th level. How could Han Li not be more cautious? After taking a few steps forward, he stopped. Then, he murmured a few incantations under his breath, raised his hand, and a red light flew out from his hand, hitting the seemingly empty space in front of him. As a result of a spatial fluctuation, a large red light barrier appeared in front of him, and then 2 disciples in red robes appeared behind the light barrier. "Did you break the prohibition?" One of the disciples in red robes said coldly. "I am Han Li. We don't care who you are. Since you don't have the cultivation level of the foundation establishment stage, there must be a guarantor. Bring the guarantor's token." The disciple interrupted Han Li's explanation impatiently. Han Li, upon hearing the impolite words of the disciple, remained calm. He reached into his bosom and took out a jade token, then placed it on the ground in front of him across the light barrier. At this moment, the disciple who checked the token reached out and tapped the light barrier, and a palm-sized hole appeared out of thin air. The other disciple made a slight gesture, and Han Li's token flew through the hole into his hand. "Is Master Ma your guarantor?" After examining the token, the disciple was somewhat surprised. "It is indeed a token given to me by Master Ma," Han Li replied honestly. But in his heart, he was astonished. These 2 disciples were not very old, but they were actually experts at the foundation establishment stage. This surprised him quite a bit. In the cultivation sects, the status was determined not by the time of entry, but by the depth of one's cultivation. After all, the path of cultivation depended on the capable ones. Is it that Master Ma who is obsessed with alchemy all day long? The other red-robed disciple expressed surprise after hearing this. Indeed, he would also act as a guarantor. It's really surprising. Are you his direct disciple or nephew or something? The disciple holding the token repeatedly confirmed, expressing curiosity. No, Junior is just responsible for managing the medicinal garden for Master Ma. But in exchange for this token, Junior has promised to take care of the garden for free for a year. Han Li answered respectfully, but there was a wry smile on his face. These words were half true and half false. In fact, when Han Li first had the idea of obtaining recipes, he thought of Master Ma. Since the old man had grown so many herbs, he must have a good understanding of alchemy, and his collection of alchemy recipes must be indispensable. So, a few months ago, when the old man came to collect the herbs, Han Li casually mentioned it. Unexpectedly, when the old man heard this, he immediately shook his head like a rattle and refused to agree. According to Master Ma, the recipes in his hand had been improved through countless failures by the alchemy master himself. How could he casually give them to others? This was absolutely impossible. However, when Han Li earnestly explained that he only wanted the unmodified original recipes, the old man raised his eyebrows and impatiently told Han Li to go to Yue Lu Hall and find them himself, rather than bothering him. So, Han Li had to pay the price of 1 year's free labor to get the old man's token of guarantee, which led to today's trip to Yue Lu Hall. I see, so you want to come to Yue Lu Hall for this reason. You should know that whether it is opening a furnace for alchemy or opening a cauldron for refining, it is best to be at the level of the foundation establishment stage. It's too early for you to come here now. One of the disciples casually asked, and at this time, the 3 of them had arrived in front of the circular array. Junior just witnessed many alchemy matters from Master Ma and accumulated some materials while watching the medicinal garden. Therefore, Junior wants to try his luck here to see if he can find suitable recipes and refine some pills to enhance his cultivation. After all, Junior's aptitude is really not good, and he can only rely on external forces. Han Li's answer was half true and half false, deliberately pretending to be half a step behind the two. I see, however, your hope may not be very high. You will understand what I mean once you go in. The other disciple shook his head lightly and didn't think highly of Han Li's purpose for this trip. At this point, the 3 had arrived at the front of the circular array, and one of the red-robed disciples gestured for Han Li to stand in the middle of the array, while they stood on either side of the array. Originally, using the teleportation array required the payment of a low-grade spirit stone, but since you are coming here for the first time, we will waive it. However, next time, you must strictly follow the rules. One of them said with a low laugh. Just as Han Li was about to thank them, he suddenly felt dizzy, and the surroundings became blurry. Then, with a flash of light, Han Li found himself in a strange hall, and there was a similar array under his feet. The hall where Han Li found himself was quite peculiar. It was a massive cylindrical room with a diameter of about 30 yards and a height of about 4 or 5 yards. Pale red crystals were embedded in the green rocky walls around, while the ground was covered with a thin layer of white sand, giving the hall a clean and tidy appearance. However, if one were to look up, they would be astonished to find that the ceiling of the hall was adorned with numerous stalactites, forming a rare stalactite cave. This place had been slightly modified to achieve its current appearance. 3 passageways were evenly distributed around the hall. Each passageway was marked with ancient characters, one with the character for artifact, another with the character for elixir, while the last one remained unmarked, with no indication of its purpose. At this moment, the hall was empty. After scanning the surroundings, Han Li hesitated for a moment before deciding to walk into the passageway marked with the character for elixir. The passageway wasn't long. After walking a dozen steps and making a turn, he reached a slightly larger room. In the room, there was a long table, and a middle-aged man with a flushed face stood beside it, smiling warmly at Han Li. Behind the table were several dilapidated shelves leaning against the wall, filled with various cauldrons, ingredients, and some strange items that Han Li had never seen before. Before Han Li could speak, the middle-aged man eagerly spoke first. "Young friend, you seem new here. Nowadays, fewer and fewer newcomers arrive in this place. I've grown tired of those old faces. It's really great to see a young newcomer like you." However, Han Li noticed that his heavenly eyes technique had no effect on this man, indicating that he was also a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. He couldn't afford to be careless. Hastily, Han Li bowed and said, "Junior pays respects to senior. This is indeed my first visit to Yue Lu Hall. I seek your guidance, senior." The man corrected Han Li's address, insisting to be called Master Su instead of senior, showing a particular preference. "Very well, then. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. By the way, my surname is Su. You can call me Master Su or just Master. No need for formalities like senior or Master Senior. I don't like it," Master Su emphasized. "Understood, Master Zhu." Han Li responded, adjusting his attitude accordingly. "What brings you here?" Master Su asked satisfactorily. "I'm interested in finding some alchemy-related formulas and books to study the path of alchemy," Han Li replied tactfully, hoping not to attract too much attention. "Alchemy formulas and books. Follow the stairs up, and you'll find what you seek." To Han Li's surprise, Master Su didn't inquire further. He casually produced a black token, activated a spell, and a stone staircase leading to the roof appeared between him and the shelves. Han Li was delighted and quickly approached the stairs. However, just as he was about to ascend, Master Su's expression turned cunning. To browse the books on the second floor, it costs 1 low-grade spirit stone per hour. Taking any original documents out of here is prohibited. If you want to copy the content, you'll need to pay an additional 10 spirit stones per copy. Before Han Li could react, Master Su, who was still downstairs, announced these regulations, leaving Han Li almost wanting to curse out loud. The fees were exorbitant. Even if it was just 1 spirit stone per hour for browsing, it would deter many disciples with limited resources. Considering the daily expenses of a low-level disciple, which amounted to only a few dozen spirit stones a year, these charges were outrageous. Feeling frustrated, Han Li reluctantly handed over a spirit stone and quickly climbed to the 2nd floor. Interesting, not scared away by the fees, huh? Seems like another wealthy young disciple. Hee, looks like there's another small fortune to be made. Master Su, now alone downstairs, grinned happily, rubbing the spirit stone against his clothes and examining it closely, revealing his true nature as a cunning merchant. Meanwhile, Han Li, suppressing his annoyance, carefully examined the items on the 2nd floor. Contrary to his expectations of finding a vast collection of books and scrolls, the room was disappointingly sparse. There were only 2 dark bookshelves, a dirty table, and a broken chair. And on top of that, there were only about 30 old books on the shelves, along with a few bundles of worn-out scrolls and 2 jade tubes whose original colors were indistinguishable. Feeling disheartened by the lack of valuable resources, Han Li began to examine the books and scrolls one by one. However, as he went through them, his expression fluctuated between joy and disappointment. Although some of the scrolls contained formulas and insights related to alchemy, they were of no use to Han Li, as they were similar to the ones he already possessed or were outdated for his current level of cultivation. Feeling increasingly frustrated, Han Li's last hope rested on the 2 fist-sized jade tubes, hoping that they would contain something worthwhile. Han Li gently blew on a jade tube, revealing its lush green surface. Pressing it against his forehead, he delved into its contents with his mind. Before him appeared the method for refining a foundation establishment pill, a technique Han Li had long sought after. It detailed everything from raw materials to condensing the pill, filling him with both surprise and joy. But as he scanned the content, his excitement turned to bewilderment when he encountered the phrase must be tempered with innate true fire to form the pill. Han Li froze, feeling utterly dumbfounded. Innate true fire was a Taoist gang fire possessed only by cultivators at the foundation establishment, stage, or higher. It was a fundamental technique innate to cultivators after foundation establishment, growing in power with cultivation. However, as a qi condensation stage cultivator, Han Li had no way of using it. He could only wield it after reaching foundation establishment. If he needed to refine foundation establishment pills to reach foundation establishment, but couldn't do so without innate true fire, he was trapped in a vicious cycle. Han Li felt a strong urge to bang his head against the wall in frustration. Seeking help from other foundation establishment cultivators was out of the question. Revealing the secret of the jade tubes would likely endanger his life, turning any potential helper into a potential threat. After standing in front of the table in turmoil for a while, Han Li finally removed the jade tube from his forehead and placed it back where it belonged. Then, absent-mindedly, he picked up another jade tube and wiped it clean, revealing a fiery red color. Forget about the foundation establishment pill for now. Let's see what this one contains. Perhaps there are other marvelous pills inside. Han Li, a decisive individual, set aside the issue of the foundation establishment pill and began inspecting the contents of the red jade tube, hoping for a pleasant surprise. Inside was described the complexion stabilizing pill. Just as Han Li's mind entered its contents, those 3 words appeared, sending a sense of unease through him. However, he tried to reassure himself. Although the name suggests otherwise, the pill's effects may not be what I expect. There might be other miraculous effects. But the following sentences shattered Han Li's hopes. Can maintain eternal youth and preserve one's appearance. That was the description of the pill's effect, with no other benefits mentioned. Han Li stood frozen, unable to move or speak. Yet inside, a raging fire of frustration burned, and he cursed inwardly. What kind of treasure trove is this? Why is there not a single essential formula, only a bunch of useless things cluttering it up? What use are these techniques like the golden needle art or the complexion stabilizing pill to us cultivators? They are boldly displayed here, but what for? Just as Han Li felt his trip was almost in vain, that annoying voice chimed in again. The time has come again, if... Coming, this time, Han Li didn't plan on giving the other party a free ride. He picked up the jade tube containing the method for refining the foundation establishment pill and prepared to leave. However, as he reached the staircase, he hesitated. The complexion stabilizing pill, although of no help in advancing his cultivation, seemed like something he could sell to other cultivators. And most importantly, this pill didn't require the so-called innate true fire, which he could prepare now. With this in mind, Han Li turned back to the table, swiftly grabbed the red jade tube, and hurried back to the staircase, descending quickly. How did it go, young friend? Did you find anything? As soon as the old man saw Han Li coming down, he immediately asked with a smile on his face, but Han Li couldn't help but feel the insincerity in his words. Senior Su, is the upstairs really where our sect stores secret alchemy formulas? Why are there only these worthless things? Are there any other storage rooms? Han Li didn't care about the old man's teasing and instead asked the question that had been bothering him, wearing a frustrated expression. Seeing Han Li's expression, the old man couldn't help but smirk. Since I've been in charge here, young friend, you're not the first to have such doubts. Almost every newcomer to Yue Lu Hall, after visiting upstairs, asks me about it. But if you want to know the truth... The old man deliberately dragged out his words, but his intention to extort something from Han Li was clear. Han Li raised an eyebrow, realizing why the old man had stopped insisting on being called senior brother and instead preferred old son. It was clear he didn't want to appear too bold in asking for favors, hence this subtle ploy. Without further ado, Han Li placed the 2 jade tubes in front of the old man with 2 crisp slaps. I initially wanted to copy both jade tubes, but it seems I'm short on spirit stones. In that case, I'll copy one now and return the other later. Han Li had been mingling in the mortal world for so long. He knew a thing or two about countering such tactics to prevent the other party from becoming too greedy. Young friend wants to copy both. Old Sue was delighted, his eyes widening. Yes, originally. But now I want to know the answer to the question I just asked. Seems like it won't be enough with just spirit stones. Hee, since young friend is so generous, the answer to your question is free of charge. Let me copy it for you first. The old man eagerly took the 2 jade tubes in hand and quickly brought out 2 white jade tubes from the shelf behind him, hastily copying them as if afraid Han Li would change his mind. Copy completed, here you go. The old man's movements were swift, leaving Han Li stunned. He then silently took out 20 low-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them over to the old man. The old man happily accepted the spirit stones, his face beaming with joy. He counted them several times before finally noticing Han Li still waiting for his answer. At this point, old Sue contentedly put away the spirit stones and looked at Han Li with the eyes of a rich man. Looks can be deceiving. Young friend is unexpectedly wealthy, much to my surprise. However, although I love money, I am a man of my word. If you have any questions today, feel free to ask. I guarantee you'll leave satisfied. The old man withdrew his gaze, adopting a solemn demeanor. Han Li was slightly surprised, but didn't hesitate to demand an answer to his previous question. In fact, the answer is simple. Most of the alchemical formulas have long been lost, not only in our Yellow Maple Valley, but also in other sects, even in the entire cultivation world. The old man slowly explained. Han Li was puzzled and looked at the old man. If you calm down and think about it, you'll understand. What is the value of alchemical formulas? It's the ability to transform various heavenly treasures and earthly materials into pills for us cultivators to consume. But have you ever thought, the heavenly treasures and earthly materials in this world are very limited, and each type takes hundreds or even thousands of years to mature. However, the number of cultivators has never decreased and is even increasing year by year. As a result, the recorded ingredients in these formulas gradually become scarce and even eventually extinct. By the time cultivators realize the severity of this problem, the heavenly treasures and earthly materials in this world have already been depleted by people, leaving only a few remnants in certain special places. However, even these places are extremely dangerous, and few cultivators dare to risk it. As a result, alchemical formulas that are completely cut off from their ingredient sources become worthless. Who would pay attention to them? After a long period and several calamities in the cultivation world, these alchemical formulas gradually disappeared from history, leaving only a few rare ones behind. And the foundation establishment pill is just one of the surviving ones. Hanley listened to the old man's explanation without changing his expression, showing no signs of disagreement. After hearing him out, he nodded lightly without saying a word, picked up the copied jade tube, and turned to leave. Young friend, since you're interested in alchemy, how about buying some furnaces? I can offer you a good deal, the old man said, trying to sell his wares again as Han Li was about to leave. No need. I don't need them for now, Han Li replied casually without looking back. That's a pity. The furnaces I have here can withstand the high temperature of the earth fire. Old Su regretted as business didn't go his way. Earth fire. Han Li, who had reached the entrance of the passage, stopped in his tracks. It's the earth lung fire, more powerful than innate true fire, the old man said nonchalantly. But isn't it said that innate true fire is needed for alchemy? Can earth fire replace it? Hanley tried to keep his voice calm, but his heart was pounding fiercely. He sensed that he might have found a way out of his predicament in refining foundation establishment pills. It seems young friend is unaware that in the world of cultivation, many have long replaced innate true fire with earth fire for alchemy. But that's not a big deal. Most people who have dabbled in alchemy know about it. I'll tell you more for free. The old man seemed eager to share, emphasizing the word free. Hanley couldn't help but smile bitterly. He could tell that although the old man claimed it was free, there was a vast difference between saying it once and repeating it 7 or 8 times. But this matter was crucial, and Han Li couldn't afford to waste any more time. So he went back and forth without hesitation and said, as long as what Senior Sue said about earth fire is true, then I'll just pick another furnace here. The furnaces I have here are definitely top-quality goods that will satisfy young friend. Seeing his goal accomplished, old Sue couldn't help but smile. In fact, using innate true fire for alchemy is a thing of the past. Nowadays, in the world of cultivation, alchemy is done using the earth fire from the Xuan-Yang region. Long ago, our predecessors discovered that earth fire is not only purer and hotter than a cultivator's true fire, but also particularly enduring and stable. It significantly increases the success rate of pill formation compared to the original method of using true fire, and is equally effective for refining artifacts. Therefore, as long as there are conditions, major sects or even larger cultivation clans have their own Xuan-Yang fire to allow their disciples to refine pills and artifacts. Only those solitary cultivators who cannot access earth fire still use the old method with high failure rates. The old man explained in detail. Do our sect also have earth fire available? Do you know where it is? Han Li's heart was filled with excitement, but he maintained a clear and concise tone. When Han Li asked this question, the old man couldn't help but burst into laughter, leaving Han Li puzzled. Did you see an unmarked passage when you entered Yue Lu Hall? That passage leads to the Xuan-Yang fire. If you pay some spirit stones there, you can borrow the earth fire. After laughing for a while, the old man finally told Han Li the truth. Is that true? Hanley couldn't help but show a hint of joy, with a slight smile on his lips. I'm an old man. Would I lie to a junior like you? Old Sue replied, somewhat displeased. I misspoke. Please forgive me, senior. Hanley felt that even if the old man was greedy, he wouldn't deceive him on such matters, so he apologized sincerely. HMPH, I'll forgive you this time because you're young. The old man's expression softened, but then he said sternly, but I won't offer any discounts on furnace purchases anymore. Hanley couldn't help but smile wryly. This old man was always looking to gain an advantage. Are these furnaces here? Hanley pointed to the various cauldrons on the shelves. Of course not. Those are just ordinary ones, only suitable for refining inferior pills. How could they withstand the heat of earth fire? The real top-quality furnaces are here. Old Sue resumed his role as a cunning merchant, tapping a nondescript gray cloth bag tied to his waist. He then took out a row of antique-looking cauldrons with unique styles and placed them on the ground. How about it? These are all top-quality furnaces from my collection, each one a masterpiece, not ordinary goods. The old man picked up the nearest cauldron and tapped it lightly, sounding proud. They're indeed impressive. When these cauldrons appeared, Hanley felt the faint spiritual energy emanating from them, saying with a hint of surprise. But what really caught his attention was the inconspicuous cloth bag worn by the old man. It was definitely a high-level storage bag with 10 times the capacity of ordinary ones. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to hold so many large items. I'm not bragging. I'm quite skilled in crafting furnaces and artifacts. Most of the furnaces used by junior disciples in our sect were made by me, and these are the best of the best. The old man, seeing Hanley moved, couldn't contain his joy and boasted even more. Hanley smiled faintly, not bothering to refute. After carefully examining each cauldron, he pointed to the smallest silver cauldron and said to the old man, I'll take this one. Tusk, young friend has a good eye. This silver cauldron is definitely a top-quality item, a rare treasure among furnaces. Among all the furnaces I have, it's the most outstanding. Old Sue was slightly surprised when Hanley chose the smallest one, but he quickly regained his composure and praised it as if it were a priceless treasure. What does it have to do with having a good eye? I just considered the limited space in my storage bag and could only fit this cauldron. Hanley thought to himself, listening to the old man's incessant chatter. After some bargaining, Hanley bought the cauldron for 32 low-grade spirit stones. Then he left without hesitation. During his short encounter with the old man, Hanley had spent over 50 spirit stones, a significant amount even for him. Therefore, he didn't want to linger here any longer, even though the old man continued to enthusiastically persuade him to stay. Once he left the old man's house, Hanley returned to the hall where the teleportation array was located. Instead of immediately leaving the hall, he paused for a moment and then walked along the unmarked passage. At the end of the passage, he encountered a massive stone door radiating colorful light. clearly protected by powerful prohibitions that deterred any reckless actions. Beside the stone door, there was a small stone house with a man covered in pimples inside. Although this man had only reached the pinnacle of basic cultivation, he wore a haughty expression that made Han Li feel uncomfortable. But Han Li was not just anyone. Despite his internal dislike, he remained calm on the surface. Even though he only asked 3 questions, the man answered reluctantly, but Han Li managed to glean all the information he needed. Then, with a polite farewell to the man, Han Li left the place. However, as he took a few steps away, he heard the man muttering under his breath. A pauper from a low-ranking sect wants to learn alchemy. Has his brain gone bad? A guy who talks big but doesn't practice, wasting my time. Han Li's figure remained unchanged upon hearing the man's words, but his face, turned away from the man, turned cold enough to freeze, and a flash of killing intent flickered in his eyes. After bidding farewell to the 2 men in red, Han Li flew towards the 100-herb garden on his flying magic tool. While pondering about the refinement of foundation establishment pills, he looked down at the undulating mountains below with indifference. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from below, startling him, and he peered down to see what was happening. On a small mountain below, lightning flickered amidst thunderous roars, accompanied by cheers from the crowd. Han Li's curiosity was piqued, so he flew closer and landed near the source of the noise. "Brother Mu Rong, let's have another round to showcase our skills." "Yeah, this is the first time I've seen lightning up close like this. It's really terrifying." As Han Li approached the mountaintop, he heard the noisy chatter ahead, and the mention of Brother Mu Rong caught his attention. Could it be the Mu Rong brothers, the talented siblings with lightning spirit roots, displaying their abilities here? Han Li speculated, intrigued by the familiar surname. As he reached the mountaintop, Han Li saw about 30 to 40 disciples of varying ages surrounding 2 excited boys, aged around 11 or 12, in the center. There were several blackened pits on the ground within the circle, with melted edges emitting faint smoke. A faint burnt smell wafted through the air after a breeze passed by. Observing the scene, Han Li hurried over and carefully examined the 2 boys. They were both fair-skinned and delicate, looking remarkably similar. However, their agile and spirited gazes gave them a mischievous aura. Driven by the crowd's cheers and encouragement, the 2 boys exchanged a glance and simultaneously chanted incantations. Bright flashes of lightning erupted from their hands, striking the nearby ground and leaving behind 2 new craters. This is the palm thunder of the lightning attribute. In terms of power and sound effects, it far surpasses other spells of the same level, such as Fireball Technique and Ice Needle Technique. It truly deserves its reputation as the most destructive lightning-type spell. Han Li marveled silently, envious of the brothers' spirit roots. Clearly, Han Li wasn't the only one with this mindset. The other onlookers also looked at the brothers with envy and resentment, wishing they had such extraordinary spirit roots. After displaying their abilities a few more times, the brothers began to show signs of exhaustion due to their young age. What a disappointment! The power of lightning spirit roots is nothing special. My wind spirit root is much better. Suddenly, a disdainful voice rang out from the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. Two young lovers stood side by side in the crowd. The man handsome and the woman beautiful, clearly infatuated with each other. The man exuded arrogance, dismissing the Mu-Rong brothers' lightning abilities, while the woman blushed under the gaze of the crowd, feeling embarrassed yet radiant. Who is this arrogant guy? Wind spirit root. Isn't that another type of extraordinary spirit root? Does this guy also possess extraordinary spirit roots? I know him. He's senior brother Lu, indeed possessing an extraordinary spirit root attribute and proficient in wind-type spells. Even if he also has an extraordinary spirit root, why would he say such things? Probably out of jealousy. After all, he used to be the only one among low-level disciples with an extraordinary spirit root, but now suddenly two others with better qualifications have emerged. Of course, he feels unsettled. What a petty person. SHH, be quiet, don't let him hear you. He holds grudges, and it would be bad if he singled you out. Amidst the whispers, it became evident that senior brother Lu's popularity wasn't particularly high. HMPH, little brats, let me show you what a true extraordinary spirit root looks like. Senior brother Lu's face darkened as he strode into the circle, arrogantly declaring, "If you two can't dodge my attacks, you'll have to kneel and apologize." The Mu-Rong brothers, angered by senior brother Lu's disdainful attitude, clenched their fists, their faces turning pale. You won't dodge. Of course not. And you won't use magic tools. No problem. The brothers quickly agreed to the terms, seizing the opportunity to maintain their advantage. Senior brother Lu, on the other hand, displayed a smug expression, not bothering to argue with their conditions. All right, then let me, senior brother, teach you a lesson. The young woman beside senior brother Lu expressed concern. Ha ha, what's there to worry about when dealing with two little brats? You can rest assured, junior sister Chen. Senior brother Lu waved his hand dismissively and confidently stood opposite the Mu-Rong brothers. After exchanging a glance, the brothers joined hands and pointed towards the sky, chanting identical incantations. Senior brother Lu sneered and casually cast a defensive spell on himself, enveloping himself in a green light barrier. Sky Thunder Chain Attack. The Mu-Rong brothers finally completed their incantations, pointing their fingers towards senior brother Lu's head. Immediately, a large dark cloud appeared above him, from which lightning bolts as thick as fingers began to rain down. The first bolt struck senior brother Lu's green barrier, causing it to flicker and dim. Clearly, the power of the lightning exceeded his expectations. However, this was just the beginning. Lightning bolts continued to fall from the cloud, one after another, bombarding the green barrier and causing it to fluctuate and dim, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Senior brother Lu's expression darkened, and he quickly chanted a series of incantations, pressing both hands firmly against the barrier, causing the green light to surge, restoring its thickness and stability. However, unwilling to give up their advantage, the Mu-Rong brothers continued to cast various spells, expanding the black cloud in the sky. The diameter of the cloud reached several zhangs, and the lightning strikes became thicker and more frequent. Faced with the brothers' fierce attacks, senior brother Lu felt a mixture of shock and anger. He had never expected that such young cultivators would master an intermediate-level lightning spell like chain lightning. For a moment, he was unable to counterattack and could only focus on maintaining his defensive barrier. In front of so many witnesses, he was unwilling to admit defeat. Thus, what began as a simple demonstration turned into an unexpected tug-of-war between the attackers and the defender. Typically, the attacker had the advantage, conserving more spiritual power than the defender. However, in this case, the Mu-Rong brothers, having exhausted their spiritual power during the earlier demonstration, found themselves at a disadvantage. As a result, after releasing the final few lightning bolts, the dark cloud dissipated, and the exhausted brothers had to reluctantly cease their attack. As soon as the youth saw this scene, he smirked. "Since I've already taken your attacks, isn't it my turn to attack now?" he said with a sneer as he retracted his shield, clasped his hands together, and suddenly pulled them apart, conjuring a huge crescent-shaped blue arc of light between them. "Let's try my azure arc slash," the youth said sinisterly, and the light blade immediately whistled towards the two opposite him. The onlookers couldn't help but gasp at the youth's attack. Everyone could see that the Mu-Rong brothers were completely unable to cast spells at this point, let alone defend themselves. The youths panicked, and after a quick glance around, split up and ran into the crowd on both sides. "Open," the youth shouted suddenly. The flying blue arc split in half in response to his shout, and with a wave of his hand, the youth directed each half to continue pursuing the youths. Interestingly, one of the youths, recognizing Han Li's relatively deep cultivation among the onlookers, immediately rushed towards him, startling Han Li. Han Li had no intention of getting involved in the situation. He knew that even if the youth was arrogant, he wouldn't dare to openly harm the Mu-Rong brothers. At most, he would just intimidate them. So Han Li simply dodged, causing the youth to miss his attack and curse in frustration as he continued to flee. With a loud rumble, the ground shook where another youth was fleeing, and dust rose up as a man's cursing voice could be heard, indicating that someone had failed to escape like Han Li did. When the dust settled, a thick earthen wall several zhang high appeared in front of the fleeing youth, with a crescent-shaped groove several feet long on the wall. Behind the wall stood a young man in his 20s, carrying a strange wooden crutch, angrily cursing while pressing his hand against the breach in the wall. Standing beside him was another smiling Mu-Rong youth. "Lu, what's the meaning of this? Can't you see there are other people here? You actually attacked," the short young man asked angrily. Lu snorted and ignored the short young man's questions, instead wearing a dark expression as he fully controlled the remaining half of the blue arc blade, suddenly accelerating to chase the youths on Han Li's side. Judging by the momentum of the blue arc, he intended to leave a mark on Han Li. "Stop!" A young woman's angry shout came from above, followed by a blazing firebird descending from the sky, devouring the blue arc behind the youth in one gulp before turning into a ball of flames and disappearing. Who broke my spell?" Lu, the young man, looked up angrily. Above the crowd, a woman with skin like jade and a radiant appearance, like a celestial being, appeared out of nowhere. She had a slender waist, a beautiful neck, wore a blue palace dress, and had her hair styled high, giving her a transcendent aura. It turns out to be Senior Sister Nai. I was wondering who had such high magical power. The originally angry Lu changed his expression immediately upon seeing the woman in red, becoming courteous and graceful. "Lu's senior brother, since it's Senior Sister Nai's wish, let's end this contest here, shall we?" The woman in palace dress said coldly, stepping on a magical device. He, since it's Senior Sister Nai's wish, then of course I'll comply," the youth said with a smile all over his face. The woman in palace dress nodded and said nothing more, descending from the sky and walking towards the Mu-Rong brothers. "Senior Sister Nai, you came just in time. Otherwise, we would have been in big trouble." The youth who had just escaped disaster ran over with a smile. Another one grinned and ran around the earthen wall. "After we return, reflect on your actions in seclusion. You're not allowed to go out before you've cultivated the 9 layers technique," the woman said calmly, showing no hint of emotion, making it impossible to discern any fluctuations in her mood. The Mu-Rong brothers immediately became dejected and hung their heads in agreement. After dealing with the Mu-Rong brothers, the woman turned to the short young man and suddenly smiled, causing everything nearby to pale in comparison. She slightly opened her lips and said, No problem." The short young man was stunned by her unmatched beauty, stammering as he spoke. The surrounding men couldn't help but envy the special treatment he received, regretting why they hadn't acted just now. Their jealous gazes almost pierced through him. Seeing this, Lu's eyes flashed with a vicious look, but he quickly concealed it and maintained his elegant demeanor. Except for his female companion and Han Li, who was watching coldly on the side, no one else noticed his anomaly. Although the Chen senior sister was also charming and beautiful, compared to the woman surnamed Nai, she appeared inferior. So when the woman in blue appeared, the Chen senior sister was afraid that Lu's senior brother would be enchanted by her, so she immediately ran to Lu's side, hugged one of his arms, and stared at the woman with hostility. The woman in blue naturally sensed the hostility, but she didn't care. Instead, as she left with the Mu-Rong brothers, she glanced lightly at Han Li and then whispered in his ear with a pleasant voice. "Although your magical power is not weak, I cannot condone such selfish behavior. I hope next time we meet, senior brother will change his ways." After hearing the woman in blue's words, Hanley frowned slightly. It seemed that his evasive actions had been completely seen through by her, leaving her with no good impression, and even a somewhat unfavorable impression. However, he was not a saint. Knowing that he was being used and not avoiding it far away, wouldn't that be foolish? Although the short young man was not selfish, he might have been targeted by that guy surnamed Lou, and he might die at any time. By then, could this beauty take revenge for him? Hanley thought contemptuously. For some reason, Hanley was not very fond of this stunning beauty, but rather found the delicate and charming type of women more pleasing. Therefore, he didn't care about the impression this senior sister Nye had of him. He just hoped that she would pay less attention to him. At this point, senior sister Nye and the others had disappeared, and Lou's senior brother, glaring at the short young man, also left with his female companion. So the remaining people dispersed without any excitement to watch. Hanley also left the place and flew back to the 100-herb garden. Entering his own residence, Hanley couldn't wait to take out the 2 jade cylinders, picked out the duplicate containing the method of refining the Foundation establishment pill, and began to read it word by word. Although Hanley's mind was active, his expression remained unchanged until several hours later when he finally breathed a sigh of relief and put down the jade cylinder. But immediately after, he fell into deep thought, concentrating on pondering. After a while, he suddenly stood up with a whoosh, furrowing his brows and walking into the herbal garden, scanning the flowers and plants in the garden, muttering to himself. Kyanji flower, black peony grass, golden spirit ginseng, and 31 other auxiliary medicinal materials are not a problem. They are all in the herbal garden. It's just that they need to be several hundred years old. But as for the main medicinal materials such as jade marrow mushroom, purple monkey flower, and celestial spirit fruit, it's a bit tricky. There's not a single plant here, and I've never heard of them either. Hanley hesitated for a long time, but decided to ask someone. Naturally, it couldn't be anyone other than the old man who was knowledgeable about medicine. After Hanley made up his mind, he put down the jade cylinder and picked up another one. The production of complexion-setting pills was much simpler than Foundation establishment pills. It didn't require real fire refinement and didn't involve any unfamiliar medicinal materials. All of them were quite common varieties. The only thing that surprised him was that these medicinal materials required a millennium of medicinal properties, which explained why he had never heard of this pill. After all, any cultivator who possessed millennium-old spiritual herbs would cherish them as treasures and wouldn't waste them on a pill like complexion-setting pills, which had no practical use in cultivation. This led to very few people in the cultivation world knowing about complexion-setting pills. But for Hanley, this wasn't a problem at all. It just required a slightly longer incubation time. Therefore, he decided that after settling the matter with the Foundation establishment pills, he would try to refine a furnace of complexion-setting pills to see if they were really as magical as the formula claimed, able to maintain one's appearance as it was when the pill was taken. About 6 or 7 days later, when the old man came to the 100-herb garden again to collect the medicinal materials, Han Li didn't conceal anything and directly asked about these 3 rare medicinal herbs: jade marrow mushroom, purple monkey flower, and celestial spirit fruit. The old man stroked his beard, squinting his small eyes. He, it seems that junior nephew has already obtained the formula for foundation establishment pills, so he's inquiring about these 3 main herbs. But junior nephew, do you really want to refine pills yourself? The old man sneered, looking at Han Li as if he were an ignorant fool. Of course not. Don't mention these 3 main herbs. The junior doesn't even know about the hundreds of years-old auxiliary herbs. Where could I find them? Even the oldest plants in your garden are only 100 years old. In this situation, how could the junior think about refining pills? Hanley replied without telling the truth, skillfully deflecting the question. Since you don't intend to refine pills, why ask about these 3 rare herbs? I'm busy. I don't have time to chat with you. The old man's face turned stern, showing no empathy. Han Li had already anticipated this strange temperament of the old man, so he wasn't flustered at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "Junior nephew was just curious about the names of these 3 main herbs, which are quite peculiar. Since I've never heard anyone mention their appearance or medicinal properties, I was just curious. But what puzzles junior nephew is why there are none of these rare herbs in senior uncle's herbal garden. You see, with such rare varieties, according to senior uncle's usual practice, you should try every means to obtain seeds and cultivate them in the garden. Could it be that these rare herbs are so difficult to cultivate that even senior uncle cannot grow them?" Nonsense. Do you doubt my skills? The reason why there are no such herbs in the garden has nothing to do with my skills. They are all transformed from the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, natural-born species. Where can I find seeds? Even if I manage to obtain seedlings, because of their unique growth conditions, they cannot survive in ordinary environments. Even if I try my best, it would be futile. Otherwise, do you think I would let them go? The old man was irritated by Han Li's words and couldn't help but get angry. No seeds. How is that possible? Han Li couldn't help but exclaim. HMPH, why is it impossible? You should know that things like these, which are almost extinct in the outside world but extremely useful for cultivators, if they could be artificially planted, the major sects would have cultivated them in large quantities long ago. Why would foundation establishment pills decrease year by year? The old man rolled his eyes at Han Li, speaking impatiently. Han Li felt a chill in his heart after hearing the old man's words. Even though the green spirit liquid had excellent effects, if there were no basic seeds, how could he stimulate their growth? He couldn't create something out of nothing. If there's nothing else, I'll leave now. I'll come back in 2 months to collect another batch of medicinal materials. The old man didn't notice Han Li's unusual expression and turned to leave. But how does senior uncle manage to obtain a batch of foundation establishment pills main herbs every 10 years? If what senior uncle said is true, and they have unique growth environments, shouldn't there be a fixed place for them to grow? Han Li's mind raced, thinking of another way out. If there were no seeds, it didn't matter. Weren't there immature seedlings? If he could find more of them, he could still stimulate their growth. So he hurriedly asked, "It seems that your curiosity is quite strong, but I advise you to give up. Going to that ghostly place to find these 3 rare herbs is almost equivalent to suicide." The old man couldn't be bothered to turn back, coldly saying this before flying away. Left behind, Han Li stood still, motionless for a long time. I must obtain these 3 rare herbs. Even if he doesn't tell me, won't I inquire from others? Han Li sighed deeply, murmuring to himself. During his 2 years in the Yellow Maple Valley, apart from this old man, the only people he was relatively familiar with were the steward Yu and the fellow disciple Wu Feng. Steward Yu was too scheming and very snobbish. Han Li didn't like to deal with him, so he decided to find Wu Feng first. If he couldn't get any clues from him, he would have to make a trip to the greedy old man of the Yue Lu Pavilion. He was sure to know, but he would definitely have to spend some money. When Han Li arrived at the transmission pavilion specially set up for low-ranking disciples, Wu Feng happened to be there explaining low-level spells to several young men. Upon seeing Han Li, he just nodded slightly and continued his work. Han Li didn't mind. He knew that the other party was just conscientious, not singling him out. Speaking of this senior brother Wu, Han Li really admired him. Although this senior brother remained at the peak of the qi condensation stage after taking the foundation establishment pill, he had an extraordinary understanding of low-level spells, which impressed Han Li greatly and benefited him a lot. If that were all, Han Li would only consider him diligent. He wouldn't have such great respect. What surprised him was that after taking on the role of transmitting spells, this senior brother Wu treated all the fellow disciples who came to consult him equally, teaching them his insights and experiences wholeheartedly, seemingly without any reservation. This truly astonished Han Li. To be honest, Han Li didn't believe at first that this person had such qualities. He thought he had encountered another hypocrite, just pretending to be kind-hearted on the surface. But as he got to know him over a year, Han Li gradually confirmed that he wasn't faking it at all. He genuinely wanted to help all fellow disciples. This left Han Li speechless for a long time. Although Han Li didn't agree with Wu's approach, his character was beyond reproach. Therefore, he became acquainted with him. Although they weren't close friends yet, their relationship was much better than that between ordinary disciples. Therefore, Han Li patiently waited for Wu Feng to finish his explanation. Wu Feng's explanation was indeed meticulous. He spent more than 2 hours on a low-level intermediate spell, even demonstrating it several times for those present to experience. Speaking of which, Han Li hadn't learned many other spells besides the ones he had initially obtained. In these 2 years, he had only managed to master the ones he hadn't mastered before. This made Han Li thoroughly disappointed in his talent, and even more eager for the foundation establishment pill. The few young men finally finished their consultation and left the room. Only then did Wu Feng smile and ask Han Li. Han Jr. brother, it's been a long time since you came here. Have you decided to start learning intermediate spells? Han Li smiled bitterly, lacking energy, and said, How can junior brother be so despondent? You should know that my talent is a bit lacking, and learning those low-level intermediate spells already took 2 years. Learning more difficult intermediate spells would take another 7 or 8 years to achieve some success. I think it's better to give up. Wu Feng frowned slightly upon hearing this, somewhat reproachful. How can junior brother be so downhearted? You should know that although your talent is a bit lacking, diligence can make up for it. As long as you practice diligently, you can still achieve great success. After listening, Han Li knew that the other party's advice was well-intentioned, so he reluctantly agreed a few times, and then changed the subject, finally asking about the main ingredients of the Foundation establishment pill. Do you want to know the origin of Yu Sui Zhai and other spiritual medicines? Wu Feng asked in surprise. Yes, brother. You've been in the sect for so many years. You should know something, right? Han Li asked eagerly. Wu Feng pondered for a moment before saying, I do know some, but I advise you to give up on this idea. It's not only extremely dangerous, but also impossible to approach under normal circumstances. You can only enter with the help of senior sect members at specific times and places. Initially excited to hear that the other party knew something, Han Li was then surprised by the following words and quickly asked for more information. It turns out that such spiritual medicines had become rare in the cultivation world a long time ago and had disappeared from ordinary places. Now the only place where they could be found was in so-called forbidden areas. Since these places were referred to as forbidden areas by cultivators, they were undoubtedly extremely dangerous, often located in remote and hostile environments. Some were even the lairs of demons and required battling through, while others contained ancient prohibitions that needed to be broken through with great effort to enter. The Foundation establishment pill main ingredients of various cultivation sects in Uiguo, such as the Huangfeng Valley, came from the latter type of forbidden area, a place sealed by ancient wind-related prohibitions. The prohibitions there were extremely powerful, and originally, the strength of their cultivation sects was not enough to open them. However, somehow it was discovered that every 5 years, there would be a 5-day period of weakness in the prohibitions. During this time, if several Foundation establishment cultivators cast their spells together to forcefully break the prohibition, they could temporarily open a passage with the help of a certain number of cultivators. But when the passage appeared, and all cultivators attempted to enter, another unexpected situation arose. All cultivators beyond the Foundation establishment stage were blocked by another strange prohibition inside, while those in the Qi refinement stage could enter without hindrance and collect large quantities of rare spiritual medicines, bringing them out. This discovery immediately caused a sensation in the cultivation world of Uiguo. So every 5 years, Each of the 7 major sects would send a group of cultivators below the foundation establishment stage into the forbidden area to collect a large number of spiritual medicines, with the main ingredients of the foundation establishment pill being the top priority. At the beginning, cultivators from various sects could still respect each other's actions and act independently. For the selected cultivators, it was a great opportunity. However, as the years went by and the supply of spiritual medicines inside the forbidden areas dwindled, disputes and conflicts between sects over rare herbs became increasingly common. In one incident several hundred years ago, disciples even lost their lives in the struggle. The loss of life in that incident led to a complete breakdown of relations between the major sects, who openly advocated for a survival of the fittest, might make's right approach, encouraging disciples to fight for resources and turning the forbidden area expeditions into blood-soaked trials. As a result, spiritual medicines gradually became scarcer, and the fights inside the forbidden areas became more intense and bloody with each passing year. In recent decades, due to the extreme brutality of the battles, less than a quarter of those who entered the forbidden areas could return alive, and among the survivors, only a small fraction could bring out spiritual medicines, let alone exchange them for foundation establishment pills. Han Li was dismayed after hearing all of this. In the end, full of concerns, he learned that the next blood prohibition trial was to take place in half a year. Upon Wu Feng's advice, he left the transmission hall and returned to the 100 Herbs Garden. For the next few days, Han Li spent his time in a state of dejection, repeatedly weighing the pros and cons and the risks involved in the matter, trying to make a wise decision. It was apparent that in Yueguo, these 3 types of spiritual medicines couldn't be found outside the forbidden areas. Otherwise, the 7 major sects wouldn't need to engage in bloodshed every 5 years, weakening themselves internally. If Han Li didn't want to take such a risk, his only hope was that spiritual medicines could still be found outside Yueguo. Otherwise, his hopes of achieving foundation establishment would be dashed, and he would be reduced to a pile of bones in 100 years. However, upon careful consideration, he realized that the chances of finding spiritual medicines outside the country were extremely slim, almost non-existent. But if he really participated in the blood prohibition trial, the death rate of over 3/4 was too high. The possibility of him meeting his end was extremely high. This dilemma left Han Li in a quandary. After several sleepless nights of torment, Han Li, torn between the prudent choice of self-preservation, but forever losing the opportunity for immortality and the daring gamble for success in foundation establishment despite the risks, gradually leaned towards the latter. After all, he was unwilling to live his life in mediocrity. However, being naturally cautious, before making a decision, Han Li made a trip to the Yueguo Palace. From the greedy old man, he once again confirmed that there would be no spiritual herbs outside the forbidden areas and the gruesome reality of the blood prohibition trial. This made him completely abandon any thoughts of luck. Since he understood that there was no turning back, Han Li finally made up his mind and decided to participate in the blood prohibition trial and take a gamble. If he couldn't succeed in finding spiritual herbs and achieving foundation establishment, then he would perish in the struggle for the forbidden land. With a clear goal of life and death, Han Li began to prepare for the journey into the forbidden land half a year later. In this short time, he needed to strengthen his strength to increase his chances of survival. Breaking through to the 11th layer of Changchun Gong without the assistance of pills was impossible. If he wanted to enhance his strength, his only option was to learn more new spells and purchase powerful talismans and magical instruments. Learning new spells wasn't too difficult to arrange. He could ask senior brother Wu for guidance, and he wouldn't refuse. However, given his aptitude, he could only learn a few more basic intermediate-level spells in this half a year, or barely master one intermediate-level spell. High-level spells were out of the question. Therefore, the fastest way to improve his strength was through talismans and magical instruments. Speaking of magical instruments, Han Li did have some now. Aside from the ring and the small flag given by senior brother Yi, the two items he harvested from the two men in yellow were still usable. The long knife that could transform into a rope and the gourd that could automatically attack. As for the items he received when he first joined, like the flaming sword and the frosty moon saber, they were just the lowest grade magical instruments attached with some fire and frost attacks, barely useful in significant battles. In terms of talismans, Han Li was originally lacking. But thanks to senior brother Yi, who kept many things from him, aside from withholding some talismans, he gave Han Li more than a dozen intermediate-level talismans and 2 rare high-level talismans, giving him much-needed confidence. Additionally, there was the talisman with a small sword drawn on it that Han Li hadn't figured out yet. The two men in yellow he killed once called it a treasure talisman, indicating its significant origin. However, as stolen goods, Han Li had never dared to let others know about this talisman, only secretly pondering over its meaning, waiting for a suitable opportunity to inquire about its significance. Of course, faced with the terrifying blood prohibition trial, these items alone were not enough. So Han Li planned to leave the sect and go to the nearby marketplace to purchase some top-grade magical instruments and talismans. However, without a large amount of spirit stones as backing, this purchasing trip would definitely not be satisfactory. Although Han Li could barely afford these spirit stones with his current wealth, these spirit stones were also important props for survival and enduring battles in the Forbidden Land in the future, which made him reluctant to part with them. After careful consideration, Han Li decided to cultivate a few rare herbs over the short term to exchange for spirit stones, or simply trade them directly. In fact, concocting the calming pill would be a better choice, with potentially greater value. However, the materials needed for the calming pill were too numerous, and it was impossible to gather them in time, so he had to directly trade the herbs. But in order to avoid attracting the attention of others in the sect, Han Li secretly decided that he would only sell the cultivated herbs to foreign cultivators, never directly trading with fellow sect members, to avoid arousing the attention of those with ill intentions. With a plan in mind, Han Li began to busy himself. He first selected the most practical concealment technique among the many basic spells from senior brother Wu. This was a middle-grade spell that could completely counter the eye technique. As long as it was cast without being seen by the opponent, it could completely conceal one's own spiritual energy and hide oneself. Of course, this spell would definitely not have any effect on cultivators above the foundation establishment stage. It was only a means of confrontation between high-level qi condensation cultivators, much more practical than the concealment technique. However, the reason Han Li didn't choose other offensive or defensive spells was entirely based on his own combat experience. Because in the only battle he had with other cultivators, he found that the opportunity to formally cast intermediate-level spells was too rare. Instead, more often, it relied on quickly launching attacks or defenses using lower-level spells, magical instruments, talismans, and other means. Therefore, if one wanted to use intermediate-level spells or above in combat, using talismans would be more practical. Of course, if there were companions to help secure casting time, that would be another matter. After receiving the cultivation mantra for this spell, and inquiring about the secrets of cultivating it from senior brother Wu, Han Li began to practice it wholeheartedly. However, as a middle-grade spell, the concealment technique was completely different from auxiliary spells like the wind concealment technique and the concealment technique he had learned before. It was extremely difficult and challenging to cultivate, and mastering it completely within half a year was indeed a considerable challenge. So, during the day, Han Li diligently practiced the concealment technique, and at night, he collected the green liquid and focused on cultivating several commonly used spiritual herbs. Moreover, to prevent Master Ma from discovering these herbs, he deliberately staggered the time when the other party came to collect the herbs and transplanted them to a very remote corner of the herb garden. After all, herbs that had been cultivated for over 1,000 years emitted a slightly different medicinal fragrance. But fortunately, Master Ma was always so punctual in coming to collect things, neither early nor late. He always came in a hurry and left in a hurry, as if he were always busy with something, and Han Li had no interest in knowing what he was doing. For him, it was best if Master Ma kept busy like this, so as not to interfere with his actions and let him complete his plan to cultivate herbs. When Han Li initially mastered the concealment technique, more than 4 months had passed, and he finally cultivated 2,000-year-old spiritual herbs. In today's cultivation world, where even 100-year-old herbs were hard to come by, they would surely bring a small surprise to the marketplace of Huangfeng Valley. Han Li obtained a token to leave the sect from the familiar steward at Beiji Hall and left the sect. In fact, disciples of Huangfeng Valley could go out once a year, but as cultivators, no one would waste time going out, so the number of disciples who actually applied to go out was very few. Han Li flew out of the sex array and headed northeast towards the marketplace. Speaking of which, the marketplace of Huangfeng Valley was quite famous and much more prosperous than the marketplaces of other sects. This was because the Taiyu Mountains were adjacent to Jianzhou, where the Yuanwu Kingdom was located, and the cultivation world of the Yuanwu Kingdom was not in a hostile relationship with the cultivation world of Yueguo. Therefore, cultivators from the Yuanwu Kingdom often came here to trade goods, bringing many special items that Yueguo did not have. This unexpected surprise attracted many casual cultivators and cultivation families to come here. The marketplace was located on the northeastern edge of the Taiyu Mountains, so after flying for most of the day, Han Li arrived at his destination. After landing nearby, Han Li did not rush over immediately. Instead, he changed into a gray cloth shirt, concealed all the items that could be seen as belonging to a disciple of Huangfeng Valley, and made himself look like an ordinary cultivator before heading towards the marketplace. According to the rules of the cultivation world, cultivators were not allowed to fly in the air within 5 miles of the marketplace, so Han Li encountered many pedestrians on his way, some of whom were dressed very strangely, making him suspect that they were cultivators from the Yuanwu Kingdom. It seemed that the popularity of this marketplace was quite good. As Han Li was pondering this, he arrived at the intersection of the marketplace.